Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Good morning. How are you doing? It is the 4th of June, 2024, and we're playing Satisfactory. I'm Uncommon. This is Uncommon Gaming. And I tell you, my mouth is in a terribly sore position. It hurts, and it is all braces. They added a bunch of elastics to the brackets to help me have what they call a smile line, and I had to go to sleep with 3 different rubber bands holding portions of my jaw together. And today I had to keep 2 of those in. I took them out for a total requisite time of 3 minutes, 10 minutes, tops 10 minutes, and they're back in because I want to get these braces done and over with as soon as possible. But today, in our satisfactory world, we've got roads to do. Roads. Well, I mean, we have roads to do, but the problem is we don't really have anywhere to go with the roads. We finished one blueprint yesterday on stream, and then I did like 3 more based off of that design. You can see there we have elevated slope ramp. We did some testing over here to make sure like it worked, and I realize now that I don't really have any factories to connect the roads yet. It was really exciting to get the blueprint structure going, but now that roads are done, I don't want to just start. Maybe I kind of want to just start slapping them down. I do actually kind of want to just start slapping them down. The question is, do I want? One question I had is, do I really want 2 lanes? I think 2 lanes starts to get real complicated when I have to do like T intersections and stuff. But hell, I didn't even do a T intersection, and I should. Whereas if I made this, if I went back and did a quick edit and made it all 1 lane, or I guess 2 lanes, you know, bi-directional rather than 1 way. Because my mind was this was going to be a 1 way and we'd slap them next to another. But I don't know if I need this much space for trains, right? We don't need a quad lane a train, do we? Or is that exactly what we need to do, right? And that's the dilemma we're facing. It works though. This whole thing's pretty nice. One thing I would do to make them bi-directional would be to clean up the belts and make them go both ways. Should have made this decision before. I'm always stuck on these decisions. Still gotta do T intersections too. And those are probably the most important. But at least I think we have that figured out. How I want to do it, because we had the left turn and the right turn, and now we just need to do, left. We don't even need to do left turn, right turn if we do 1 way. It just works. It would simplify a lot of this, so let's do that. Let's start by loading a blueprint, straight segment. All we've really got to do to make each one of these, bi-directional. First off, you go to the customizer, you make the colors yellow. In fact, we could probably just do pattern removal. Alright, you remove the pattern, and then that's not going to work, is it? Because I think the color is attached. Yeah, the color is attached to the road. And white lines mean the other thing. So we've got to find our yellow. It's this color here that matters. Like, that's very neon. I really need light on this. Do I have a flashlight? That doesn't help nearly as much as I thought it would. It adds orange to the Oh no, it adds orange. Alright. So that's a button I hadn't pressed. I'll have to explore what that was. At a point. Oh, it's the bottom one that matters, but so if I select this color, and we just like neon. Okay, yeah, more orange. More orange than yellow. That's still wrong. Yeah, I can see the yellow. That's brighter. It needs to be more orange brown. That's brighter. It needs to be more flat. We'll see if it's Google. Google roadway yellow hex code. There's a bunch of colors. But a lot of them seem to be very close to this. F2, wrong hex code. F2B 400. Alright, I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna tell ourselves that that's factory orange and we don't use it for our roads. Alright, so that's the easy part. This is the top. We were also transporting fuel on belts underneath. And the idea, of course, is trucks run on fuel. Ah! So all we need to do is get rid of 2 of these belts. And replace, well, get rid of one, replace the other. And so we just copy the Mark 1. There we go. Confirm. Alright, so then we load a blueprint. And this one is the, let's say the left turn is now the turn. Because I don't need it to be. It's not important now which way is which. Just that the belts do their job. Let's assume this is still the back. I think the belts get finicky here. When we flip it the other way, but we'll just have to go in and manually do all the belts. I don't think I want a left turn and a right turn to be different. Maybe I do. Maybe that solves the world's problems and I'm gonna ignore it, right? Alright, so that's a left turn. If it's a right turn, it starts from here. It goes there. And the belts are always on the right side. Cool. This one's not going to have a definitive barrier side, but we'll leave that up for now. We're just going to call this road corner segment. Okay, cool. Save blueprint. The other one we did was ramp up and down. Right, so let's look at the ramp up. Let's look at the ramp down. And I think this one actually could use a lot of work. Because I think I did too much with it. So the road itself, well, the road itself is fine. It has a 2 meter up, which is a 1 meter ramp, but a 2 meter double ramp going up. It looks good on the bottom and the top. What is maybe a little sketch are the is down here. There we go. Down here where it it doesn't quite slope the same. It's flat for a bit and then slopes up. And I think this is maybe fine. So it'll connect smoothly there. And when it connects at the next height over here, it should connect fine. Is this fine? Or do we want to apply the same ramping there down here? I don't think we can. Now I'm looking at it, can we? Do these even line up when I do it this way? We're going to have to go test it. But that being said, we could still get rid of unnecessary ramping. Or unnecessary, excuse me, unnecessary, belts. Because we're only going one way. So this is now just called ramp. Ramp segment. Okay, save that blueprint. Now when I come to blueprints, and we edit, we have road ramp segment I like. We have road corner segment I like. We have road straight segment. What we have is right turn we don't need. We have ramp up we don't need. Ramp down we don't need. And left turn we don't need. What we are missing now is T intersection. We could probably do that best by starting with the corner. Naming this T intersection segment. And this is the first time we're going to add splitters to this mess. That's fair. We made left turn the default, didn't we? What is going on here? All right, to make things work, we had to get fucky. Is essentially what happened here. But let's go to foundations. Throw in a half foundation there. Make color it up. Let's go to the customizer. Look at a pattern for hazard quarter factory zone. I wonder why. Customizer. I can't because they're not the right size. Okay. Because essentially up to this point, we had half a swatch here. I wonder if we can get it back. Because essentially all it needs is a full-on square, right? Not a half segment. And that's what gets us some of these shapes is half segments. So like here, you can see we've got a whole segment into a whole segment, making that work. I think maybe we did that. We could do it better. In fact, I wonder if we could do this whole thing just a little better. That's like, say that's important and that's important, right? So having those segments standard. Let's do some deleting. It's where we put the half segments that makes all the difference, right? So a half segment there and there are great. It'll let us run a full segment there. And full segments there to there. That's got to be a full segment, right? Like, so for example, it's got to be a full segment for this half factory zone to work. And that's why this kind of matters. This is going to be a full segment to make, I think it's just a quarter factory, but it's actually bigger, isn't it? I do a full here. That's spot on. Okay. I would love to do like a full with a little bit of a curve. But this is essentially 2 halves. The cars drive, and this is the same amount of space on both sides. These we want to be fulls. Since you can see we clearly have 2 halves here, we can make those fulls. So now we just have to go to the customizer, put down those lines. There you go. Now how we fill these in is we'll put solids where it makes sense, halves where it makes sense, and I wanted to try for as little of this overlap as possible. But I don't think we don't have any like quarter sections to fill in gaps, right? So like finding those spaces, it's just a puzzle. Bam. All right, let's save that as quarter segment, or left turn, right turn, corners. What did I call it? Corner segment, blueprint, corner segment. Save it. Yep. Now it's T intersection. Should get the little warning. Save it. And we're also gonna change it to that blueprint there. T intersection. All right. And I just realized we're using different blueprints. That should just be the modern image. So if I come here, we set the icon to T crossing. Well, crossing. And this is actually better. We can start using those. We can do the same thing we just did, but now we've got to do it both ways. Like it's gonna be a mix of what we have here. We're gonna duplicate on that side, and then keep the road going. So let's start by getting rid of these segments. As I continue to build roads without having things to transport. This is the game we're playing. In fact, this customizer now, real easy. Bam. Alright, so we get a turn. We probably remove the pattern from this. Alright, this is a 4-way segment. I think where we can, we do this. This lets us, so this is the difficult part. Is what is the middle square, right? And it's a combination of things. So it could be that, then that lets us get an actual middle, if it matters, and it may not. We may redo this, and we get a, ooh, that's a T section. I like it, actually. Let's go ahead and get the colors right. Customizer, pattern, and then a center dotted line, like right here. And it kind of works, right? Now we want big corner section here. I want to fill this in first. So then we tease it out with half segments, right? Because this is a, how did I tease this shape out last time? I think it was just a series of 1 meters. So we do like yeah, okay, so we'll do that. We'll add a vertical. Then we copy this. Is that right? Or is that right? That's the correct way. I do hate this neon yellow. I've got to change it. The best way to change it is to destroy all the things that's holding it. Put it down again. That's why I need to be on zoop. Zoopity doop doop de doop. Then go to customizer, patterns, and redo them all. Patterns, we just need to actually put these patterns down, don't we? So half factory zone is 8, dotted line is 7. I guess we can do split dotted line for 6 now, even though we're going to immediately replace it. There we go. Even though we only need it in one place, this is full factory zone. That's full factory zone. All right. These are lines, super easy. And those get lines. There we go. Oh, what did we do? What did we screw up here? Well, we didn't really screw up, but let's pull that back. There we go. T-intersection. Under the belts. This is going to require a little bit more work. So what we don't have, of course, is this is not split into the proper number of foundations. There we go. And what we want is to split this. Everything gets split. In fact, it doesn't get split that far over. We need that half segment. I don't think we have one hanging around here anymore, but now we do. Now, I wonder, is it going to be just as easy as slamming down 2 splitters? So this way comes... Actually, how does this work? If we don't know the direction they're coming from... Okay, so, for example, coming this way... Maybe this is how we have to do it. This belt comes that way. This belt comes in this way. Follows the road, right? On the right side. it can go out that way or that way. So I would need a splitter. By the way, there's 3 directions to account for here. I don't know if this is possible. Do this, that. It's definitely not. It's definitely difficult belt work. Okay. That's one outcome. But I also need a merger here. For the other side. So we go... That's a splitter, right? That's a merger. Mergers... Can't take 2 inputs. Let's see what Google does. Satisfactory T intersection belt. T junctions with belts. Something about use a sorter. 2 items from main belt to split belt. Split the belts with sorters. Oh, this is. I was like, what the fuck's a sorter? It gave me Dyson Sphere. Here, one second. I did set up a whole browser for this. Okie dokie. So we're looking for satisfactory T-junction splitter. Nope. T-junction belt. I did see that just for a second. I mean, is the answer we need more room down here? I think it's the first part. Every one of these is like 3 splitters and 3 mergers. Is essentially what I'm seeing. I'll start with this. So if I was gonna split these, we might want to do it like immediately, right? Splitter, and if we want to merge them, we do those in the center. So this splitter would handle like, this is coming in. This is the merger, so I did that wrong. So splitter here. We're doing trial and error at the moment. But it goes out that way. Oh, and out that way. So I believe we did just do this exact same thing over there. I feel we've come the same way. Alright, now this section coming in needs to split in that direction as well. So we could do that with a merger here. And a splitter here. Okay, so now this belt goes out and out. This is the last incoming belt. it needs to go this way. So we can merger it there. But it also needs to go straight. So we can probably do this by throwing a splitter here and a merger here. That is tight but work. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, it's so tight. Alright. So, I think that does it. It just takes 6 splitters and mergers. One at a time, that looked right. I kind of want to get out of here and stop looking at it, but it doesn't help anybody if I'm wrong. So let's go ahead and pull the foundations in and then give it another look. Oh, I'm not looking forward to the 4-way. Oof. So, one belt comes in, and these are crooked as hell. It splits over there into that direction and that direction. It merges. So this one comes in all the way through. This is a merger going the correct way. Yes, merger going the correct way. This is a splitter, so it sends some out and then some forward into this merger, which goes that way and sends it out. That one over here comes into a merger, just merges it on this belt, sends it over onto a splitter that sends it to here, and essentially gives it the same routing as all the other things. Okay, can we neaten this up at all and make it like walkable and explorable? Because it's not right now. This is a travesty. I don't think we could maybe get all the belts closer. We get all these. If I put a little work and elbow grease into it, right, we can get tuck all this in. I think we have to, at a minimum, do that. At least we understand the system now in which all this spaghetti was built. I guess the other way we could do it is we could spread it out some. But I don't think there's any other way to rescue this. So, splitter. So I want this to line up with... I'm not going to get a clean belt there, am I? Let's do that. No, it's not going to give us what we want. Do that again. Sorry, popping up my Twitch directory. My Twitch pages. Alright. So, we actually don't want the merger. We want the splitter here. What's it overlapping with? I mean, it's not this, is it? It's not the power pole, right? Cool. Turn of the belt is too sharp of an attachment. So if I take this off and just go merger. I think we can fit the belt work in after. This is definitely a merger. And then 2 splitters? No, splitter merger. Merger going the wrong. This is a splitter. That's a merger. Splitter. It's, yeah, it is half and half. All right. So splitters got to go that way. And this is a splitter. And this is a merger. Alright, so the belt work in the middle. Super easy, right? Is this wrong? Because I'm splittering that. Which way am I going? I gotta go from this way. Yeah, that's where I went wrong. And this goes out. And this goes in. This is just a merger, so it goes to here, to there, to here, to, I don't even care if this is balanced. This is just gotta work. Okay, I see all the belts maybe. So let's follow this comes in into a merger, which gets put onto this line. This line does go out, but at a terrible, terrible angle. Alright, so we're almost done, but we need to fix the angles. I think when that was dropped down, it didn't matter if it was lined up or not. So this is a splitter lining up to this. There we go. Which is a splitter, which is a merger. Let's do that again. So, belt 1. Belt 2. By the way, we're going to mark 2 the middle. Anything in the middle, mark 2ing. And we're not going to juggle this when we have to upgrade T intersections. That shouldn't be attached already. I must not have deleted it. Oh, I didn't delete this side. That's right. Yeah, all this belt work, other than it should be Mark II because it's the combining of a bunch of Mark 1s. It really should be Mark III. But we're going to be losing some efficiency anyway because we're going from one direction into 2. I'm just really trying to pay attention to make sure we get all this the right direction. Now, is this one lined up? This one's not lined up. So this whole side's fucked. Okie doke. Okie K. Alright. So we want a merger. I want to line it up. This is a merger. Is that straight? Did I got it, okay. Actually, is that a merger? It is. Because that's a merger. That's a merger. These are splitters. Splitters coming from that direction. Going there. Okay, so Mark IIs. Okay, we did something here. Yeah, getting them to even face the right way can be tough. Which way is this merger going before I delete it? Oh, not the right way. Fuck. Alright. 4. It's the output that matters. Those are Mark 1s. The Mark 2s go on the inside. Mark 2. Mark 2. It's a Mark 2. And I believe we've solved the riddle. Oh boy. I need 2 meters down here. We want to be able to architecture our way around this. And I believe this is the hard part. And we've done it. We did it. I think that's it. All these aren't no longer neon yellow. One of them is. Customizer. There we go. Roads on roads. Okay, T intersection done. Save it. Yeah, alright, now we load. We don't have to load anything, do we? We need to go down and delete the stuff. Because the one we don't have doing anything is still the crossway, the 4-way. We've got a corner, a straight, a ramp, a T. I mean, I think for better or worse, we use this one. And all we really gotta do is duplicate the other side. Over here. Say all we have to do it. That's gonna be a little challenge. And it does start with figuring out this half of the road. I think we did this on the other side, so this makes sense. Let's do it from back here, which gives us a full segment over there. But that's not what we want here. We want 2 half segments and a full segment. That'll let us paint a center dotted line and 2, I guess, full hazards here, so we don't have a hotkey for it. That lets us get this bad boy in, but we didn't. This is a temporary pull him over. Alright, let's just do the same thing over here and we'll come back. Because getting that lined up is really just about giving it something to be on. I just need the 2mm section. I found this is the neatest way to do it, but it does require just a little bit of placing and deleting. And I wonder, people who have the thousands of hours, how well it's working for them. Hey, Griff! Hello there! Good morning! Or, I guess my morning, because I sleep in until the crack of 10. Hope you're having a fantastic morning before work. We are wrapping up our designs. We went back before you got here to a one-way section. Sorry, a bi-directional section rather than a one-way section. We don't need that much road, I think. I hope. Now I think we're putting the final touches on the final bit. And the final touches is a strong word because I've got to go down and do the belt work. And what you're going to see here in a minute is a hell of a lot of, well, belt work. I don't think there's a better way to do these. Like, we could add arrows to the turns, but down here we have what was the T intersection belt work, and the idea was one lane coming in, one lane coming out in every direction. And this is now the new, straight road does this. We're only gonna have one belt worth of stuff between all the truck stations. But the problem is, how do you belt it 3 ways? And the answer is 3 splitters, 3 mergers. And now we've got to think about it from a third perspective, a fourth perspective rather. So how do I get it back out this direction? And I wonder if I can do any of it without destroying too much. How does... Oh, my T intersection was wrong too. Well, not terribly wrong, but a little bit wrong. It didn't go all the way to the edge. Yeah, alright, let's see. This part's easy, I think, right? We just throw a zooping 4 foundations over, we paint them. Alright, this was an error that we're going to have to fix in the other one, but yeah, it's this easy. Okie doke. Power's got something we also double check once we're done here, because our entire base, which, how did we do this over here? Oh, right, for these corner intersections, this is all we can do is put corners down. That's right. And that's not something I did on the T intersection either. That's just too big of a block. Did I just screw up the road with that? No, somehow I just vertically dropped one in there. So the answer is each of these corners gets a corner piece. Or a crossing piece. We might be able to fit in... Oh, aren't you just not tall enough? So I was thinking about it earlier. We've been so into getting these blueprints. I don't really have factories to use these on yet. Like, it's great that I'm going to have a logistics set up or you know, an idea of my logistics, but where do they even go? That's, you know, future Casey problem. Huh. I guess these beams are in the way. I see that one wanting to be a butt. You can see it right there. It's trying to clip onto this. Okay. Right, because it was a three-way. It's three wide, rather. And now it wants to be... We have to solve this in a way that's happy for everybody, but not even my biggest concern right now. I think the answer down here is just make this a giant fucking square, right? I don't need to be fancy with these roads. We will have to be a little fancy. Now that I think about it. The tiniest bit fancy. Okie dokie. I'll be down here. This will be an easier place to fix all this. I don't want to piecemeal segments in. I should get a, yeah, I say a holistic look at the whole thing. The whole thing. So that flooring is now 4x4. And that's how we started off. We put one of these on each corner, but we really only get like, yeah, they don't want to go in the middle. What is it doing? I guess all this can go too. It's just kind of in the way. Okay, am I going to reuse any of it? So this is a merger. It's merging lines. This is a splitter. We don't have to touch it. This is the same. This is, we already solved the problem. Hell yeah. Alright, so this belt comes in. No, we solved the problem, I said. Damn it. Because they're reversed. So all we need to do is merger this. And splitter this. This is a merger, so they're all bringing all the lines. They're sending it that way. They're sending it that way. So it's coming in, merging, splitting. The splitter can send stuff out. And that, since everything's kind of being merged in one giant whole, works. But it doesn't work because this is the input. This is the input. And this is the output. So this works if I do this. And the output works. It doesn't because it merges onto here. This is coming in. Well, it's coming in, right? So it merges. That works. How do we do that better than crossing belts? Oh, how do we do that better than crossing belts? I don't know if we do. I don't know if we do. How did we handle here? Because this still went across to here through a merger and a splitter. This splitter has an input here, which is why we went to there to handle it. need to get back up and look. I'm gonna build this and then ignore the problem. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. I want to get a look at the solution we currently have. Is really what's happening. I think the only way to do that is to slam it all down. So, aside from this one mess, which really jumbles it into this system, it's fine. And in my mind, I think the only way to do this better would be to add like 6 more splitters. What I wouldn't mind is a system. Here we go. Alright, so we could maybe do this better because it's 4-way now. If we treat it like an on-ramp and off-ramp. Let me grab my eraser, which is way over here, without bumping my head onto the camera. So, what we've got essentially is a circle, a traffic circle. And all I need is a way for items to get on and a way for items to get off on each of these. And I think we do that with a merger here and a splitter there. So it goes into the splitter, which goes 2 directions, into the merger, and I think that's the simple solution, which is going to require 8 splitter mergers, which is the exact system we're kind of doing now with the T intersection, but 1 more. And since this is a blueprint and I never have to do it again, I kind of want to do it now. So, what does that mean for all of this? That means we got to take it down. Means not, yeah, we have to destroy it, look at it fresh. Before we do that, by the way, let's say what we have. We'll save that as cross segment temp, and then we'll save it as cross segment. Let's not delete something that I think is currently working. But let's do it again. So this is, and this works for, I want to say any number of sizes because it is just a circle. You just add a merger and a splitter at every location. Things get off the traffic circle, things get on it. And we don't have to cross this bell work. Although it would be great if light wasn't a problem at this exact moment. Could we do this? I mean, could we do it with like a splitter here? The problem is, I think this is a problem. Right, all of this. We're gonna need way more room. So we do a splitter. We need center. What's center? This is center. Can we maybe do something with the paint for now? Maybe make it the fix it material. There we go. That's got grids. Okay, so we splitter. Let's say there. And I do kind of want to line this up. So did I do it over here? Rotate it once, and rotate it once. And then a merger, which comes from this direction and goes that direction. Which lets us invalid shape. Which is a shame because that's like a perfect little 90. Okay, so they do it, we just have to pull things out a little bit. So we'll go splitter on the line. Rotate once, splitter on the line, rotate once. And rotate once. I believe that's lined up. And then a merger. I guess it doesn't need to be that close, but that close lets that be straight. Let's get all the mergers down. Really, one of the fun answers here is this could be the new T intersection pattern, and it would be a little easier to navigate. I'm going to connect all of the outside segments. You're coming out to here to there. You're going from out to in. From out to in, from in to out. Can I 90-degree these? I mean, maybe, but we'd have to tear things down and redraw them. And this is kind of circular, so that works. That works. I think if we really wanted to be fancy, we would cross in the center here a whole bunch of times, because they do just cross like everywhere. But this is fine. Now we just do, here, let's take down the power, and we'll put it back. I think that's all of it. Jump on here and see what we can do for our foundations. Yeah, these half foundations were such a requirement. So heavily required. I only think I could do a little half circle here, but we're very limited on our ability to, I would say, exist without them. They allow us to do this like sometimes 3, sometimes 4 wide platform stuff. And when we're working in this limited 4x4 space and trying to make everything look good. We also have this piece I haven't used before that I think fits here. Oh, that's big. Is there a smaller one? And we could always do an up ramp. That's kind of fun. There's also this ramp. This is big. Doesn't really fit the space. And I thought these little corner extensions maybe. Yeah, that's probably the best we're gonna get. Okay. Oop. Went to the paint real quick. Got to actually put down the device, and now we paint everything concrete, which is a nice cleaner color without lines, although not as useful for, say, decorations. All right, so now our power lines, which were these little wall outlets on segments here. Oh, that's actually a thought. These corner pieces are no longer justified there. So this might be a couple of half foundations to solve this problem. I think it is, but 1 meter half foundations. I mean, 2 1 meter half foundations still cause a problem, so we're gonna have to do this like clipping trick. But you start clipping. The problem is, if you don't keep track of what you've clipped, you'll clip things over and over. So I'm trying to use it sparingly and delete all the half foundations where I can in this build. I am seeing some segments that need to be painted, and that's cool. We can do that too. We do, I've got multiple toolbars now. It's been ages since I've used multiple toolbars in this game. I do a lot of clicking manually, I want to say, but maybe not. But all we want to do is make sure there are power line on each side. So we place this down, it'll be real easy to connect. And it's really by the third time I just realized where I want to place each one of these. And we make sure they're all, they don't all have to be connected directly. But now that I've done that, I want to make sure they're all in the same segment of concrete. Because I keep coming here and turning left and dropping it in the center. And I realized that at like the third placement that's what I wanted. And I know I hadn't been doing it. There we go. Full connection. Full connection. Cross intersection. Actually, the most complex one I've done. T-intersection was a little tighter. And we could probably stand to redo it with this as the blueprint. So if I go... We're going to save this. Actually, we're going to select the icon as the cross icon. Then we're going to save it. And then we're going to load... the T-intersection. No, we're not going to load the T-intersection. We're actually going to load... I don't want to see it. I want to use the regular road cross segment. And then make that the T-intersection. And that'll be easier to work with. That being said, we can edit these and take the temporary ones out. Cool. Cool. Alright, so we want to make this a T-intersection. We start up here. And we just slam down this this road here. That gives us this hazard decorator. And then lets us throw down those half walls on the edge. Are they these walls? They are. Top's gonna be real easy. Oop. There we go. Put up the industrial railings. Fix the centerpiece here. Hitting all kinds of buttons. Materials, customizer, patterns. There. This one. Haven't had a chance to look yet, but do you still upload your VODs? I think I need to. I avoided doing it because I was doing very specific edited pieces of content, but the amount of work they took was extensive, and I wasn't happy with them. So we have since not uploaded nearly as much as we should have, and since we're not uploading edited piece of content, I'm thinking I need to put my VODs up. So you're gonna start. I think you're gonna start seeing VODs if you look. Oh, it occurs to me I need to mark 2 the whole inside, and I didn't finish the cross section. So yeah, I think we're gonna start that. I've got a handful of VODs on Twitch. We'll probably start uploading this afternoon. Or maybe not exactly this afternoon. Destiny's just come out, and I'm gonna be... Destiny's expansion's just come out, and I'm gonna be harassed to play that. But maybe later tonight. Alright, so this T-intersection, we don't need any of this over here to look this good. In fact, what we do need is that ramping. Alright, we can come over here and get rid of those. No, we actually just want the ramping. Or that's the ramping, the railing on that. So we pop that down there. I guess we can do a T intersection piece here. There, we got a whole page for this. And that'll let this railing meet us. And then we can do the same over here. So that'll connect with future, but then we can still move around this factory a bit. Now, I say move around, but do I need railings on the inside here? I think we're about to put floors down. So if I did T's all the way down. Haven't been one in a couple of weeks. Yeah, since I had this thing where I was taking Thursday off to do videos, but it was hurting the consistency and follow-up viewership. So I started streaming on Thursday. And that's when I did these things. But I either got to find time to do it again, I guess, or not. Good to hear people looking forward to it, though. I didn't know you were waiting on it, John. My bad. And also, good morning. Hello. Welcome to Blueprints, which, you know, we don't even have basics automated, but we're blueprinting. And I think this looks good. Hey, no, you're good, man. I'm not keeping attendance. I should, though, and how dare you? Let's see. Let's save that. I think that's a much cleaner T intersection. We saved this one, and I think we have to load the cross up again. the road cross segment because we didn't connect all the belts and we didn't notice until we went back and redid the T intersection. Work is still I mean, I guess, how often has work not been annoying? Yeah, actually, I really enjoyed many of my roles, many of my assignments, so that's not like an entirely fair statement. Okay, there we go. As balanced as it's going to be, I mean, each one of these is going to come in, let's say at 60, and it's going to go to the right and drop off half of the belt. So 30 gets pushed over here, but then 60 gets added. So now it's 90 on a belt that can handle 90. And then it's going to get to here and dump off 45. And then it's going to be added, 90 is going to be added to 135. So then 120 continues here. 120, we're going to lose 60, which is exactly the belt. 60 will continue, 60 will match, it'll be 120. We're going to lose some. But it will even out. But, that being said, that's fixed. All right. Save blueprint. Anything else we screwed up that we want to double check? I guess we want to load and reset the images for these. Because these icons don't match. And they should. I guess that's a fine image. It's the modern one that's the problem. Okay. I got off of work at 2:30 a.m. and I already have 13 missed calls from them. Oh shit. So you worked like the late shift, and then the day shift comes in, and they want you to wake up in the middle of your night to answer their calls. Just, you know, making some wild guesses here. So let's load each one and look at the bottom. Cross segment. Wait, I did just load cross segment. I don't have the resources. Oh, it has been taking, it's not been returning my color cartridges. So every time I flip to a blueprint, I lose color cartridges. The road requires flowers, by the way. The road requires flowers. So, what do you say we put this down? I don't have anywhere in particular in mind I need to go. But we can put it down. Let's just gather a whole bunch of color cartridges. We're going to go ahead and we can actually hit blueprint and just say, you know, what if we made one of each of these? I would love a ramp start. We're going to need some reinforced iron plates, which, you know, we've been getting from here. The road requires flowers sounds like a line from the 19th century Irish poem. Why specific? I feel like you always come with this historical knowledge and background. And I'm like, and my initial response is to go, ha ha ha, you're right. But I'd be lying if I didn't know why 19th century and or Irish poems talked about flowers, and I want to know. All right, so roads. That one has no historical background. All vibes. Fair, 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 fair. It's the level of trust I've given your historical backgrounds. So I think the first thing we can do is I want a truck station down where I'm at for no other reason than I need a place to load things or offload things. We need a starting point. And no better starting point than what we have right here. We've taken this line and we did this after stream. This essentially goes and makes sure that the road's kind of straight and that this is the right height for what I want. This all gets taken down once the road's done, but let us put a segment on. Let's go a straight piece, a T-intersection, a corner, and a ramp going down. Let's see if we can get like a ramp going down and then an area where we could theoretically put a big old truck station. So, blueprints. We start with the straight segment. I push it away from me, and I rotate it until I see these, you can see the hazard bits in the center, the concrete road barriers, because they're not on this side. And this was just at first, when it mattered, you know, which one was the back of the blueprint. This is all on the world grid. So where I place this kind of matters. There we go. That's a straight segment. Now, assuming this is clean and there's no issues, all I have to do is throw down a T-crossing. Not a T-crossing, a T-crossing blueprint. Which, by the way, let's just throw these on a... Let's throw these down here in a hotbar. So we've got a straight section, a turn, T-cross, ramp. Okay, so now we want a T-intersection. I just push it out from in front of me, rotate it a few times. That's the section we aren't going. Cool. And now we just kind of pop it down. Theoretically, we could put a corner piece over here. I haven't even gone to look to make sure everything's working. Okay, that's the back, that's the side. So it was built as a left turn. So to make it a right turn, we do this. And we just keep going back until things turn yellow, and then one back into the right. Now, the difficult portion here is this is a total of 4 meters height difference. So to get this right, and we're gonna add some foundations here. We gotta start putting ramps and foundations on this. So let's go ahead and do 6, 7. Our roads for trucks you're setting up, they are for trucks we're setting up. Yeah, we're gonna do our logistics on roads extensively. Anything that's farther than a few feet is a road. One of the problems we might have... How many feet are these apart, by the way? 1, 2, there's 3 blocks in between them. So 1 block, 2 block, 3 blocks. That's right here where we want the ramp. This one we have not lined up or checked. Well, we lined up what we could line up. The problem is it's lined up from... We're going down, so it's lined up from here. So we do that, right? That's the way. It's another 4 blocks higher there. I don't think I've given myself enough room, though. Yeah, it does turn yellow. Cool. Let's go up and look. Let's give this a look. This does not... The ramp might need to be reworked. It might not go down fast enough for what we need, or it might go down too fast if we fuck with it. At a minimum, we got our colors wrong on the straightaway. I need to fix that. But it looks like all the road pieces line up as nicely as I imagined. So this is hot. This is awesome. We just got some corner colors to work with. Will it go down fast enough? And I guess the one way we can check that is by taking up the 2mm road and going, how long does it take to get down? The answer is too long. No, I think the road supporters are something I'm gonna hand build. We're just gonna come down here and, you know, we delete these, bring this down to the bottom, and then, you know, play with it until we're happy with it. Really, it's the complexity of these roads that makes me blueprint them. And yeah, that ramp is gotta go down. In fact, we gotta look up how many, like, satisfactory truck ramp. What is the maximum slope for a truck ramp? Satisfactory. I need to know, like, which heights incline. Everything I've read says anything above 2 meter ramps won't work, so I just switch between 1 and 2 meter ramps depending on how much space. Okay, so they say 1 and 2 meter. So that means I could still double this because this is a 1 meter decline. Because that would be painful. Now the great thing. Oh, does it not line up? Let me look. I know the colors aren't lining up, but unless you're talking about those moments, I can't do anything about those. Or those moments. Yeah, those I can't do anything about. You're right. Especially these corners. Alright, so the slope's got to be deeper, and we got to fix all the paint. Oh, and there's a blueprint dismantle. Because you think, like, if I start dismantling this is a lot of stuff to dismantle, right? Like, oh no, I've got to dismantle things one at a time. I can dismantle a whole blueprint. You know, if you didn't know that, that's a cool thing. Cool thing. Tell your friends. Um, 4 meters will work, but the incline is too great. Like 12 ramps, your trucks will stop. So, and this is the question. So, when you look at the double ramps, they double the meters, right? So, I assume when you mean ramp, we are talking about one. We're talking about 1, 2, and 4. 1, 2, and 4. So that's the real 2 meter ramp, and then this is the 4 meter double ramp, and they're the same. Now we just like to make sure we're talking in the same space. Yeah, 1, 2, 4 ramps, not the doubles. Yeah, okay, cool. This reminds me a bit of setting up grid sections for railways in Factorio. It kind of is. Yeah, I've got to figure it out because I'm definitely building my own road here. It would be much easier if I just downloaded somebody else's road network. Do we have enough flowers? We need enough flowers to fix all the things. What's up here now is a straight road segment, and the problems here were just colors. And I don't like the neon yellow, right, that we ended up creating. So the only way to fix that is to destroy the roads and put them back down. And then repaint them. Because I don't have the color. The color does not exist in my swatches. If we look at the customizer, we just need yellow, the orange lines, and the hazards. Nope, that was a button I pressed too many of. I think I even have these customizers, yeah, ready to go in the hotbar. Cool. First one done. Let's go ahead and save blueprint. And then load the corner, which was the other crazy piece. And then we'll load the ramp and change the angle. We fixed this, right? It was the 3 pieces here. We can't get a good corner piece. I didn't feel like we could. A good corner turn. Maybe we'll look at it right now since we have done some learning today. So like, ideally, there would be a centerpiece. The problem is this is a centerpiece. That's a centerpiece, right? Like, but you need a full size. You need a full size 4x4 to put any customizations on it. But to make this centered here and to that centered there, they're off different grids. I think not having a curve here is fine. Anything that overlaps it starts to freak out, so that's what we'll do. The good news is, once you figure it out, you don't have to do it again. Just got to lay down the roads at that point. Yeah, and this is the great bit here. Stamping it down, and especially this work down here, I don't have to do again, and I'm going to have nice looking belt work underneath. Those are those colored, right? We solved the problem. Let me double check it. I'm gonna run out of flowers. They don't refund on the blueprint machine. So that color and that color are the same. Cool. All right, we're gonna save that blueprint and load the ramp. The ramp needs to be higher. Can you take me higher? So let's start with the easy part, right? Like a double ramp here. It did connect, right? So it connects. When I hit 4, this line is important. This height is important. But of course, because it's 4, I lose a little bit here that I think I can replace with this ramp. There we go. I think I want the double ramp for the most of the way, so it looks cleaner. But we can survive with a single ramp at the start to make sure we have clearance here. So let's just do that. There we go. And that's 4s, right? 2s, 4s. Can you build trucks yet? You could just lay down some ramps and see what you can drive it up to test it. True. Let's see what we can build. Because we can build a truck. We can even build a tractor. Specifically, we can build a tractor. We're going to need to get some coal for it, so let's go get some coal. I mean, really, if we're having 2 mil... And this is actually a problem I ran into with trains. Because trains will just not go up super steep inclines without enough engines. And at a certain point, you just don't want that many engines. But we have coal over here. Coal will handle the truck. We'll fuel the truck. We put down some of these, and our ramp is going to be this 4-meter double. All right, so we go... Actually, we'll start on a foundation. All right, then we go double ramp, 4 meters. Put down the tractor. You just wanted to see the tractor because you hadn't seen it yet. I think they've done things like roller coasters, but they will fall. They can fall. Physics applies to them. So we fuel that up. If I stop moving, we can start again. It won't fall down this incline. That's cool. Let's make it a bigger incline. Here are the 8 meters. Okay, so it handles that no problem. This one. It's struggling. And then we stop. Oh, did they change it? Let's back it up. Well, that'll be the hardest thing to recover from, right? If I start trying to go forward. Let's try that again from a stop on the incline, right? I mean, this is working. We could 4-meter these. I mean, that's not even a... Here, let's go back and see if there's any other, like, good Google searches. Like, what is the internet saying? Oh, I had a search I want to look at. Okay, this was the optimal incline. Since when can trucks not make it a long incline of 8x4? So the fact that I can stop and go makes me think I can go up and up. Everything I've read shows anything below 2 meters. Just like people are agreeing with you, Griff, but it's just working. Maybe we'll keep going. Can we take it higher? Let's go back down. And then, like, I can come to a stop. Maybe when they run automatically. Oh, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do an automatic thing. Water check. Gunfingers, thank you. There's water in this coffee. It was a scene check. You're great. Yeah, I got it. That is a terrible habit of mine. Let's open the record menu. So that's a good point, Sean. Maybe it's the automatic. So, I want this thing to start down here. And let's get off and make sure we've got enough road width to turn around. And we'll try to do a UE at the top. And with that, we can plan our factory. We'll even give ourselves some more room up here to turn around. We don't have to be sideways to do it. We're never gonna do that. Oh God, I don't need that much room. I need width more than I need this length. That's what she said. Bop. Okay. Now we're gonna program the route, which is super easy. Of course, the following question is, do I want something as steep as that? So we start from... Don't fall. I don't know why I didn't put a ramp up there. Start from this side. We'll come down. In fact, why don't I just make this wider too? You know, as another turnaround point, let's not cause any catastrophe on our racetrack. So, open the menu. We're going to go start recording. You can see it's going to leave a little path marker for us. Little AI truck. Let's go. Next ramp. Headlights pop, 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 on and off. And we can see it was working. I guess the question is, do we need it? And maybe the answer is we just build two. Okay, let's do a turnaround. This is gonna be fun. Give ourselves enough room for a turn. All right. Oh, we got a save path. Tests. I don't think we have to actually save it, but it is there. We could load it. It is currently going coal per trip. Wow. All right, let's go. So this is scary. We could always edit the node. We could delete it. There's no reason for it to go this far out. It just will have to go directly from there to there, which we could delete that one as well. And now we've got like a better straight line. But it's going. Just a question of do we want it? I guess we just built 2 ramps. Just want to see how it handles this edited piece. All right, little truck buddy. Thanks for the test. We'll come back and get you in a bit. Maybe we'll just delete the road in front of you. Take our concrete back. Let you do some work. How's this fuck with you, huh? What do you got? What do you got? Oh, did you break? Did you break? Can I delete this without going higher? I'm gonna have to at least get on the... Now the great thing about these is that when I look away, or when I get far enough away, he'll just reset at where he's supposed to be. Did you break? So like that means that trucks can get a little buggy, but if you're not near them, they will work. There we go. But we can dismantle them. He doesn't have to continue driving in the desert endlessly. I mean, at this point, do we even need roads? I should really do something about that path. Do I have to pull out a tractor to do it? Cool. Yeah, he could. He could. And I think there's a lot of places where we're going to want 4 meters, but if we can avoid 4 meters, we should do too. But like this section here, if I want a truck stop here, and I kind of do, you know, how steep do I need to be? So let's make 2 sets of ramps. I think the 4 meters is going to be a little harder because the underbelt work has to also be at 4 meters the whole time. In this situation, I only have to go up to meet it. So let's say like this has to go up a total of, because these are 2s. They have to go up a total of that distance. But when it's, so I could like spend half the time not going up at all, right? And then double the time, this part of the time, you know, going up twice as fast. For example, I mean like the 8 meter ramps. I use the double ramps a lot, so yeah. Which leaves us here. Wait a minute. 4, 4, 4, 4. This is the height. It's gonna be a little hard to figure out the precise, because this 8 and 8 flat goes up 8. Where do we want this lined up? Do I have to throw down a whole nother blueprint machine to get this right? Because this was what I would expect. Let's see what the other side does if I put on like this ramp. And then this like we did back there. I guess it's just this part that matters. Let's find out. This is the part that's got to be perfect. For example, this right here, these two I want there. We don't necessarily want to start the incline like that, but we kind of do. We can even do it that way. Which one was this? That was a 2 meter. That's a 2 meter. Now it's the 4 meter double ramp. Started from here. Guess we want to pull this above the asphalt. Let's get this line out of the way. That's just gonna make things unnecessarily difficult. Of course, this is concrete and a Mark 1. I think that's about as clean as we can get that. Next to it, though, we're starting at like a height above it. I don't think we can. Let's get rid of some unnecessary architecture down here. Extend, say, so this was 2 meters, right? Like if we do a 2 meter, that looks better. That looks better. It starts a meter above. So when we do the ramp, we shouldn't hit the ceiling so hard this time. But we want to use the same like 2 meter ramp followed by 4 meter double ramps. It's still kind of tight. And even so, we're probably only going to be able to get like a... Here, can we... Does that work? I don't think it does. Because I want this to be the height in which we go across things. Right, so... How do I make a slightly steeper ramp? We just go to the 4 meter ramp right here and then ramp. All right, 4 meter. And that'll let me add a walkway over top, maybe unnecessarily. Maybe we just don't have a floor here. Or if we do, it can still be the 2-meter one. What did I just do over there? How did that line up? Damn. Not well for me. Let's try that again. I think the corner's got to be open. Yeah, it's right there. So we jump in this way. Ah. So we jump in that way. Or this way. There we go. That doesn't bode well. I kind of like what I'm seeing over here. Can we just copy that? I've seen it pop up a few times. There we go. So this ramp's all nice, but this walkway doesn't allow us to easily connect this piece, right? I want to be able to walk it and connect it. We're not getting that with what we've done here, which reminds me we're no longer doing connected walkways. So let's get this down to, say, there. And then we can look at the 8-meter this way. Okay. That feels okay. There was one in, though, right? Like this is... What have we got going here? This is the 4-meter, right? So if we wanted to make sure it was lined up, we bring it over and we delete it. This was the 8-meter that just rapidly drops. Gives us this headroom. There we go. Okay. We've duplicated the sides and we've made something walkable, even if we have to kind of jump. I don't think dragging this across here is the answer. If we could do it here, let's say like even that doesn't need railings. It needs to be the crossing. We get something walkable, but it will end like right here because it goes up. And we're not scaling the ramps up. We could, but I found this sidewalk hard to deal with. We're going to have to go up and really look at that in a second. In fact, let's do it, because getting that sidewalk, there's no like half ramp for the sidewalk, and that's a problem. We've got ramps for everything else, but any ramp I put here, and I only have half a width of space, any ramps here collide with the road. Now, they do collide with the hazard portion of the road, so theoretically it's not a problem. We could make an exception for the ramps where this doesn't quite line up, but it's a protection of the road. So let's say, look at the 4-meter ramps, right? We want them to go like a little higher. I don't want them to line up exactly, and they're going to want to. I want them to be clipping through the road. How do we achieve that? How do I take this piece and get it over. Probably start with a half foundation here. And rotate it. Then do that, but higher. Can you take it higher? We're going to want it to be 1 meter higher. So let's take this foundation, make it a 1 meter, rotate it. Let's see if that'll let me snap something in. It will. Get rid of these pieces, replace them with these pieces. Realize I needed to double, so put all of it back. We don't need to do much more there. And we're going to have to still make some adjustments here in a minute. Droop it out. Droop it out. Which direction do I need to be? There we go. So let's assume, let's go ahead and put this, make this concrete. So right now, what we've done is we've kind of shortened the road. Let's go ahead and put the line there to help. There's not as much room here for the trucks. We've cut half of it out here. Now on the regular road, there's not a cement here, there is cement here, and then suddenly there is. Is there a cleaner way to do this? Like for the most part, these foundations are fine. Let's say six. Give me a half foundation here. Give me a 2 meter half foundation. Sorry, I'm thinking. The road is normally met. Like this is the top of the road. Top of the road's fine. Alt tab. This is the top of the road. We've aligned the top of this fine. And I'm okay with that. I don't know if I'm okay with killing this much of the side of it for aesthetics reasons, but how do I continue a half border sidewalk? Is it anything in the art? Is it something like a concrete pillar that we rotate around? That's the one we can rotate. Oh, let's check our tickets. Because maybe the, well, we do not have a lot of tickets. I think we have a couple over here. Okay, we have enough tickets for maybe something. And this is, we're looking at architecture. Like the structural beams or the metal pillar beams give us beam connectors. Okay, beam connectors. It costs 4. These are very important for building often. They're often very important. And I wonder if we can fake something with them. That's kind of where I'm hoping to do. Maybe we can align with them. So we're going to buy that. We still can't do lights because we haven't gone out and done quartz. So these are lightless. And we'll put up lights by hand. We'll take that punishment. So essentially the thought is, if I put a beam, let's say, on the side of this road, can I snap it, say, here, let's put a half connector foundation. So it starts from there. And then we want it to end there, like this corner right here. So let's see, I've never done beam connector work. No, not the connector. I want the beam. No. I want the painted beam. I do want to snap the things. How do I rotate? Ah, there we go. Doing a thing. That's a start. We're getting somewhere. Now, if I do that, does that allow me any additional snap points or rotations? Can these be rotated? I don't even know if they can. Like, I don't think I'm going to get an angle on this that I like. We do have a nice clean sidewalk all the way up. Let's see. Satisfactory half ramp. Temporary fix. Build walls and have ramps overlap into the walls. There's no clipping. What's he talking about? Okay, that's not a blueprint fix. Okay. Hologram lock and nudge mode. Used to hide half a ramp foundation. I don't think nudging is the solution here. I mean, this is the... Oof. Alright, so what if we just did more beam pillars? What about this way first? I think we can line that up. We can snap that better, can't we? Snap it like here and then pull it over. Same problem there, but I feel like we're making some kind of progress. Question is, can we fill this in? Can we fill this sidewalk in? And it's not even necessarily tall enough to do what we want it to do. There's no getting away from this half ramp thing either. Without, I don't know, a whole nother blueprint that just slaps on next to it when we do it. That just makes it wider. What are other people saying? Any other Googles? Alright, I've got my solution. It's temporary. Here's what we're going to do. We're not blueprinting this ramp portion. Alright, we've got this walkway here that needs to connect. And in any place we need to connect it, we'll go manually do it. That being said, I still don't want a place for trucks to fall. So what is the temporary solution? It doesn't look terrible. Can't believe we had to delete road just to... industrial railing. I mean, the beams didn't look terrible. That's a solution too. We've just spent too long on this problem. And the answer is probably come back after it's built and add your concrete then. And make it wider. So let's take away these unnecessaries. Let's put the hazards down. Which, more important than ever. Let us at least add in these foundations. That'll give us something to build on. That is a thing we won't have to repeat, right? Because we're just going to come in. What are we going to come in and do? What's it going to look like? So it's going to be this road here. All right, done. We're just going to attach it, much like this, to each segment. Going up, we're just going to attach it on the outside, and that's our solution. We will have to do some non-blueprint, and that's a shame. But this is a good ramp. Down below works. Let's get it out. Let's get it saved. And do the 4 meter one in the same way. So ramp segment, we're going to call this 2 meter. We're actually just put it here, 2-meter ramp segment. Save blueprint. Now we want to do a 4-meter off of this one. Let's save that blueprint. I think it's, you know, super easy once we realize the problem. We just take that, we make it a 4-meter. We hit 7, make that 8-meter. This is the extreme road. 9, we can blueprint the hell out of it, customize it. Remember, we don't get back these flowers. Customizer, which, you know, our thing I have to collect. If I have to come back here later and remove these because I can't find flowers, that'll be sad. We double up on each of these. I guess we should vertical zoop this, right? That's that section. Again, we're editing that. We're editing that in post. That's essentially what's happening there. Come on up here, and let's figure out how we want to do this. I think a lot of the same way, right? Like this itself needs to be the exact curve right away. So as nice as that is, right, we come right back in here with a ramp. We make it 4 meters. Oof. It is tight here. So what's the problem? Because those need to be there. There's no way to go, you know, slider than this. Like if we zoop it out, is that really the space we need? Did we really get locked in here that deep? Like I can't slide under that. That can't be right. Oh, did we fuck up the other one that hard too? Like if they don't connect, that's a problem. And we've got exactly 4 meters going up. We're gonna have exactly 4 meters down here, starting from the start point. And very quickly, there's no space. What have I done wrong? What have I done differently? That's 2 meter. We did the same thing before. This would have been flat, so this doesn't change the height. We're going up to it faster. We went to a 2 to an 8. We ignored it. The big problem here is the height doesn't change in the first section. And there's not a lot we can do without redesigning everything. I think this is just going to have to be an extreme example, but the height we do want of our thing is here. It is a 1 meter, like, Right there, segment. I feel like there's not a lot this has got to be true. The fact that this is so thick up here is the problem. I guess what we're going to be faced with is the ability to connect it to the next ramp, and that's really the only problem. If we give it more room, let's say we start with a 2 meter and then go into 4 meter ramps, the connection between this and the next thing won't line up perfectly. They will be 2 meters apart. So it'll be like down there a meter, and that's not the worst thing if we really use this. Oops. But what does that mean? That means a 2 meter followed by the 8 meters. And we just deal with this being 2 meters below. Because I ain't got a better solution. The worst of these will be when it's 2 of these ramps, right? Because side by side, that's how they're going to line up a little wonky. We've gone, 16 meters up, but only 14 meters up on the belt. So this will be... Can we do a little better than that? Is there a way to eke out another meter? With the one, I think the 1 meter here is just going to be, oh, there's no way to add a 1 meter. That might even, wait, is that a 2 meter? I want to, oh my gosh, the scaffolding. We're just looking up. All right, keep going, keep going. We thought we were done. Can I... We're just trying to go... over, down 1, see if we can make up 1 meter of difference. And it took that many, like, hops to get myself over there. Probably just give ourselves... There we go. 8 meter foundations there. We're saving some meters. Alright, so this is the question. Can we get it a little higher? Actually, we don't even need that area for that. Can we just... 1 second. We control the height of the belt at the end. What if... Oh yeah, oh, you're gonna clip. Oh no. Okay. We come to here. Can we just raise it? That is not good. Okay. All's fair. We're just gonna deal with the 2 meters. I thought maybe... Here. If it was flat, it might be easier to connect to. Okay, let's see. The ramps we have. If we put a 4 meter here, we gave it even more room, but that's just making the problem a little bit worse. But if we come up here and we go like, aha! Or, alternatively, we make it a conveyor lift. That is not better. None of these solutions are better. Alright, we're going to stick with our original plan. It is really exactly as high as we can get it without clipping or being crazy. Maybe then I think we're clipping a little, but... Alright, there we go. 4 ramp. It's big. It's got lots of concrete foundations not following at a clip. But it works. It will get the job done. So, I think that's all the blueprints we need. So if I hit Q, look at the blueprints for the road segments. We've got the straight segment, 4 meter, 2 millimeter. This is the other ramp is a 1 meter. So let's just call this 1 meter. Oh. Okay, we won't because that will require split down flowers. Alright, so let's, I don't know, build some roads. Let's grab some stuff that we might want. Color cartridges, of course. We're not low on them, you're low on them. It's gonna keep grabbing from that every once in a while. Concrete. Iron rods, iron, and we made this out of Mark 1s too, intentionally. We want all the materials to be easily acquirable. But if we can get it down here to a reasonable height with 2s, so that's what we want to do. Let's give ourselves more room to do it. We'll go farther with the straights. Then a T, then a right. So, blueprints, right, we have a hotbar for this now. Actually, we want to put everything on the hotbar. So it's going to be... We've got the straight segment. We've got the corner segment. The T section, the cross. Ramp. Ramp. And we're leaving the 1 ramp out. Okay, so, theoretically, that was the back. We just need any block that's centered. Okay. Now we want the T intersection. Make sure it's going the right way. Okay. Easier than signs, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, which should be the corner now. This was built as a left turn, so that's the left. So that's right. There's a... Is that right? Is that the center? That is the center. Okay. So now let's go down at a 2. Clip of 2. Which means this whole blueprint, the way it's going to have to line up, is 2 segments down. 2 max segments down, right? And so that's 1, 2. It should be right here. So we just go for the 2 meter ramp segment, which is this lined up there. And if I come here, it's yellow. Good. We go down 2 again. Which is a mild problem, because I want to connect these blueprints. And I don't need the whole thing. I just need it to be on a foundation, right? Like, I need it to be on 1, 2, 3. I need to be on this foundation. Okay, we can do this. But down here. Let me get rid of all the weird access. Get ourselves back up there. And another 2 meter segment, which should be 1, 2, 3 right here. Let's make sure it's lined up to go down. All right, I think that's probably enough. Maybe. Ooh, we kind of go even farther, can't we? So 1, 2, and we can only go farther because it's wait a second. 1, 2, 3. The next one needs to be down lower. And I'm just gotta find the way to place it. Because it's gonna be on the ground. Like it's gotta be under this block, right? And we can just do it. That's right. 1, 2, 3, and down 2. And we go 5. Make sure it's the down. Oof, it's actually here's what we're gonna do. We're going to press H, and this is an awesome feature. And then I get to go up here and start nudging. The blueprint doesn't have to be placed. We can get up here and we can nudge it around. In fact, I think I can even place them from up there if I can get it lined up well. Well, I didn't have sprint on. I thought I did. Whew, testing these ramps. All right. Aha. I didn't quite get the road lined up. So we thought it was like there, but it's not. It's deeper than that. Here, let's do it without these segments real quick. And try the nudge mode. So I want it to snap here. We've been snapping it. Here, H, nudge mode. I don't think there's a way to lower it, unfortunately. I think we had to get the right height first. So you can see like nudging down would be so good. Like this is nudging. That's such a good feature. Let me check it. Let me check the internet. Okay, so there's nothing. We got that so wrong. Is that the right height? Oh, max nudge distance. All right. I mean, there's no height here. As you can see, we can't raise and lower that. We didn't get the right. We just have to use these. And it looks like the problem was we were too tall by at least a block. And that presents a problem because this one is our standard height. We went down to and it connected. We go down to, it should connect. So we've screwed up our blueprint. We've screwed up the plan of our blueprint, at least. So this is down to 1, 2, 3 away, right? Like, there's no doubt that that's what we're looking at. We hit 5. Let's go up and look. Now we're kind of low to the ground, so there's a point where we just stop building. Yeah, that's not lined up. Is it lined up if we weren't a block off? It is. It is. How are we a block off? Did we count that wrong too? It's a gap of 3? It's a gap of 3. So we need one more. Let's try it again. Are we glad we're not doing this by hand? Okay, it worked this time. We were just screwing up the heights somehow. What about down here? What about in the down below? Of which we can't always get into. Let's try. Which wraps around nicely and then stops. Hey, it all more or less works. We didn't connect all the power. Oh no! Alright. There is a problem here. We've created this. We're gonna go fix some things. First one is the ramps flow the wrong way. And the second one is the power. But I think after that, we pop these ramps down. Like, for good, for real. And not for play. Oh, we're gonna need a coffee. Stop. Alright, once we get the 4 meter and 2 meter power line back up, we will go get some water, and then we'll do a truck stop. So we're gonna put that there. We're gonna delete that one in a second. Essentially, we didn't do shit for this underground, so we'll have to do that. Like, none of this is connected. Like, functionality complete. But nothing else was. Alright. Let's get rid of you. Let's add some foundations in places that make sense. I guess none of these make sense. This needs to be maybe higher. No. We need to bring a foundation into it. So I think as soon as we push that up, oh, that's pretty big. We can add that. That should be fine. Let's make these the same on each side. I don't particularly care how well or not well they look, but let's at least make them symmetrical. So what did we can just barely see that. How many is that? 1, 2, that's like 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Then get rid of that. How many is the next one from there? 2 and 1. 1, 2 and 1. Also means this segment here does need its power higher because we want to be able to connect all the power pretty seamlessly. So we don't want it floating low. There we go. What about down here? What's happening here? If we get rid of that, what does it look like? Does it look like on the inside? It looks like it wants, you know, better ramp is really what's happening. It wanted a ramp, not a, yeah, the other thing. Is that lined up? No, we didn't line that up. Copy the double ramp. Let that line, okay. The other thing we did wrong was this belt here. It needs to be going the other way. We did that when we were trying to line up stuff. And this is the 4-way. And it looks all right. Admittedly not my best work, but let's save that blueprint and load the important one, which is the 2 meter. And do those same fixes. I mean, this is just crazy. So, it's crazy we didn't even look at the bottom. Just things clipping in weird directions. Pillars not connected. We gave it 4 last time, we're giving it 2 here this time. Take one away from there, take this out. I don't think any of the power is connected right now, so let's do that. This is power and wall outlet. Now power might be something we want to connect inside. This Rotoid project is really starting to ramp up. Oh man. Get used to the GIF. I started using it around Discord. I've made some people jealous. Feels a little narcissistic to have your own GIF, but you know, I don't know if I've been called worse, but you know, I'm probably sure I've done worse. And one of the real things, we're going to be down on the ground looking way up sometimes, going click, 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 clicking all the power together of anything we build. But I think that solves the problem. So, oh, right, the belt work. A little narcissism is a vital part of good branding. Yeah, that's fair. I'm too good of a person. Yeah, right. Hit that follow button, like, subscribe, Twitch Prime, blah, blah, blah. I'll tell you one of the things I have an actual, a little bit of a hard time with. Not an actual hard time, but a little bit of a hard time with is saying things. I don't want to say authoritatively, like I know something. I feel like I'm always in learning mode, and teaching mode means like I gotta feel real confident about a thing. But oftentimes that's not, you know, it's not necessarily the case. That's a corner. We can put a corner over here. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I just need to like just learn more things, master all the things. I don't know if that makes sense, but always the student, rarely the teacher. I did teach, but I think outside of the classroom. Maybe I'll next time I have that thought and I notice myself doing it, I'll take a moment and really like nail down my thoughts on it. But wait, we did not want this. We took that down to add their little ramp. Many of the most successful people are the ones who confidently speak about topics they know nothing about, so maybe be more like them. And maybe that's it. I think you've nailed the problem. I don't like that. I think it's important to remember that we're all idiots and we don't know anything. We know so little about things. And it would be healthier if we understood that and continued to seek better understanding of the world around us while not being super confident. Like, you should be able to change it's easier to change your mind and learn things if you're not super confident about wrong opinions. Very few people are experts about things. Very few people know things. And I think we're all stupid. And that's important to realize. The only real problem with all this blueprint set is going to be a little hard to get all the power connected, but I think we can do it. I think we're ready. Wait, did we do the belt work? I know we've been bouncing around. Yeah, alright. Cool. Clear blueprint. Clear designer. And take all the items. We're still pretty good on flour. I mean, after this, it's going to have to be like, what's the truck stop look like? And I don't think that's something we can blueprint, because I think it takes up most of the blueprint space. But, like, trucks got to come out of this. The last connections of the ramp, right? They're going to be on the truck stop. Truck stop could probably fit nice and snug under here. That would be fun. All right, so let's look at number 5, segment 5. This is it. One is bad. Yep. That should connect. All right. One more blue. Make sure it's the ramp down. All right. Now, I don't think we get that coming back down again. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't go down far enough to make this work. So what we could do is put the 1 meter segment down. If we were really feeling it, we could say Q blueprint. I'm going to look at it. This road ramp segment here. This is just a smaller incline. All right, we're going to have to nudge it. So that's going to be... So I need it one more over. Wait, did that? Okay. Let's run up there and take a look. Oh, wait. Let's run up there and take a look. Hey, Junia. Yeah, we're automating construction now. We're feeling pretty good about this so far. But we also have spent like the entire day trying to get this together. Now we could use this blueprint, and in fact, let's build it in. We've got the 2 meter ramp coming down to a 1 meter ramp, nice and gentle. Or we could just stop here and build the truck stop at this height. The only way I think we would do differently... I mean, this is a good height, right? This is about where my thing is going to keep us away from dunes. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. How's your afternoon going, Junia? Hopefully it's fantastic as somebody getting all their blueprints correct. And we get all the scaffolding down and correct. I mean, you know, we definitely have been screwing them up over and over. Going well. Good to hear it. Glad to hear it. Just tell me you're a first-time Chatterbox. I swear. You were here the other day. Twitch is screwing up. Just finished the class for the day, and I'm hanging out. Oh, maybe different junior. Well, welcome. Hello. I guess I better trust Twitch. Put in my disability form with the DA today as well. Junior, fuck. That's where I know the name. Shit. No, you're great. I'm terrible at names. This is what you get for not using real names in the channel. I'm bad with them. Was it Dan? Shit, I knew I knew that name. Yeah, Dan. All right. I'm terrible at names, so I'm ecstatic over the moon I got that. Hey, man, what's up? That's a completely different tone I would definitely be taking. Oh man, hey, glad to have you here, dude. You're coming just in time to see the truck stop be built. We've been in the blueprints trying to get roads down. Shit, I'm losing my train of thought. Organization? No, architecture. We need these big support pillars to make it look like things aren't floating. And even then, this is we might be adding more to this later. But let's go do the quick tour of the road. So your disability form with the VA, that's awesome. That's really good. Is it the final form, the final submission? Because good luck, that takes time. And they tell you, like, if you get it in as you're exiting the service, they promise you it'll be done the day you get out. Like, if you get it in like 6 months before, or 3 months, or something along those lines, there's a deadline. But now that it's been a minute, now that you've been out, they're gonna take their time. Yeah, you've been out for a minute. I'm tracking that. First form. Okay, first form. That's good. That starts the clock, I believe, for the payouts, even if it takes a year to get. But a truck stop. Can I go down another? I think it's impossible. It's gonna be impossible to line up. I don't want. Okay, part of me wants to keep lining up. Part of me wants to keep lining up the going down lower. But at any lower height, I'm just fighting the dunes in the height of the map. I didn't even send in records, as I'm sure their requests will be all over the place. Did you find yourself an advocate in your area? Because there's people whose entire job it is to make sure you get this paperwork in well. If you're going it alone, like, I wish you the best, but there's definitely the local VA will be a hero for you. Yeah, we saw someone. We'll reach out to him soon. Awesome. Yeah, the one I worked with, she handed me everything I needed. She said, give me these bits of paperwork. Give me all your medical records. And I went and I sat down. And she was just like, all right, cool. Here's what I think you can reasonably claim. Sign here, sign here, sign here. And I started getting phone calls and doctor's appointments, and it was all taken care of. It was super easy. Some people warned me to go with one of a few VSOs in there. Yeah, not all VSOs are the same. Not all of them are built equally. Absolutely. I had that exact same experience. Go with this one, not this one, kind of thing. And it worked out really well. I had such an easy experience. I was super intimidated by the process. But now we're building roads by hand, because this is unique. We better like get out. Let's see what a actual truck station looks like. That's pretty big. We're gonna need a lot of room, and I think we can fit probably a good like 4 truck stations here. Yeah, if you've got recommendations from individuals who've done the process, yeah, totally. I've also had recommendations to find a VA lawyer to look at your claim after you're done, after you've got your percentages, and have them go fight for more. I haven't taken that advice, but I've heard nothing but excellent things about the process. Let's get some stuff building. Module the frames, rotors, we need those. We have to handcraft them. They're gonna need plates, rods, and screws. Which, you know, we always need anyway. So what are you going to school for? What's the plan? Start with the rotors. If you thought we were done handcrafted, fellas, we weren't. I don't need a bunch, just enough for them to take care of my issues and maybe MWR access. Well, that's fair. But I tell you, don't be afraid to fight the system. Get what you're owed. Too many people don't try. I'm actually just learning a new software for my job. I teach people around the world how to teach techs and doctors. That's right. You were telling me about the X-ray equipment. Goldfish memory, by the way. In and out. So, gotta hear it a few times. Actually, before I get too big on a tangent, let me refill my coffee. Let me actually get more rotors, more rotor ingredients. Hit that button and then go refill my coffee. Gotta be careful. All the squirrels. All right, let's see. Sort, and it's usually the screws that hold us back. In fact, since it's screws that hold us back, let's break the line between what's dunking all the screws and taking them from us. We'll double our screw capacity then. All right, now we're gonna hit the rotor. We'll be about 2 minutes, guys. We'll be right back. I made all the rotors in the world yet? I've made enough, that's for sure. We're going to need modular frame zone. That's going to be... Let's get that going. Those same screws and rods, but also plates. No, not plates. It's modular reinforced plates and screws. That's what it is. We have a couple of reinforced plates down here, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, the craziest thing about everything we've done so far is we've not really automated anything. We've just kind of rushed straight to trucks. So now here we are with, you know, barely basic materials behind us, handcrafting what is day 1, day 2 items. What I would call well into day 3. Well into day 3 of this factory, which we did restart 2 days ago. 3 days ago? I think the weekend counts. I restarted it on Sunday. We just gotta figure out how we want to do the logistics. And for now, I've decided trucks. Compacted coal recipe probably is on the menu. Now that I'm thinking about it. I saw that one truck loop going up the hill was a lot of coal. I wonder if that's the hill as part of that. It was 7 coal round trip, and I think these trucks hold a stack of 100. But we're about to find out. Four truck stations. Actually, we're not about to find out because we don't have anywhere for this place to go. We're literally building a truck station at the first place we have with nowhere to go after. You gotta love how I gotta fix that railing, but you gotta love how it exists. All right, what's the best way to get up there? We didn't even finish connecting the road pieces, so we should do that too. Because each one of them needs to be connected like that. Don't tell me the corner's floating too. And that should be a full 4-way connection to this T intersection. To that. Which if we were smart, yep, we put a line here to here. Put lines here to here. So I told you we would have to be just reaching on up to the sky to get this done. And this is where we'd send in the belt work, so we can easily ramp that down. I say easily, but I want it to be where they do it from up here. We didn't leave a gap to get in. Alright, we got the slide. Power slide. Fuck. Power slide the right way. We can do this. Fuck. There we go. We'll make that just a regular crossing. It'll be easier to get up in the future. And we wanted to ramp this down. Can I grab a flat piece anywhere? I guess on my hotbar. We want that to be coal. We want that to be a coal line that attaches. So good to know there. We can build up some kind of stairs here as well. We're really gonna have to come back and make this look nicer as we slap ramps and shit on everything. So let's say a set of ladders, a set of walkways, not a T crossing, a regular crossing there, and a ramp down. Another ramp down. throw a T intersection all the way down like that. We've kind of now outlined this truck stop, which we need to give it three, I want to say three spaces here for lanes. So if we drop these down to help us visualize what that looks like. Then we could build the truck stops off the side here after the 3 lanes, right? So say 5. We may or may not. I haven't figured out how I'm gonna what I'm gonna transport. Like in these first 4. This might just be where we put on all the basic materials, in which we would need more truck stops. But we don't know where they're going yet. That's the problem. This is their one place to access stuff. Oh, hey, we never did that. Can we delete that without climbing anywhere? Can we climb somewhere? We don't need any floating platforms. Is every road section going to have a personal ramp? No, not every road section. This is the truck stop. And so at the truck stop, I'll show you fuel once we get the stations down. Essentially, there's coal over here, and we're gonna get some coal going into there. We're gonna take a measure of it, put it at this truck stop. And so at every truck stop, we just have to find a way to pull it off of the belt and into the system. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I got it. So yeah, I only think we do these ramps when we stop. Oh, that roadway, that's what the roadway belt is. Yeah, we don't want to, I don't want to bust things on it. It would have been a lot more elaborate if it hadn't been. So we just have to, whatever our fuel product is for the moment, we slap it on there. And if we change it, we could just slap it on there. We don't have to like take everything off the belt. So when I come down here and I say like, what's this look like for a truck station? Let's say you're coming down this ramp on this side. I want you to fill up. So this segment of road, and then this is where they'd come in. So let's see, maybe we can paint it out first. Actually, I think it was the quarter one we wanted, wasn't it? No, we probably want the full. Right, so with that kind of painted out there, does that mean the truck station takes up these 4 spaces? Is it 4 spaces? I think it might be 6, but we'll get the lineup better from this angle. God damn it. Just trying to see the whole station, and this would help if I was on a lookout tower. Yeah, just phase it out, exactly. Because we'll get like turbo fuel and stuff eventually. Stuff that's much nicer. Okay, so that's that line. Now it's there. That's what I want. And then I want enough of a gap between this and the next one. In fact, if we're customizing it that way, Now I can just line things up with the buttons. We'll see how long we need that to be. So we were aiming for 4. That's touching. Oof. So let's put a block down. And that is exactly 2 blocks wide. So we put a block down. We put 2 blocks, I don't care. Put a block down. So that's 3 truck stops. And I think that's drivable. Why does it want to be at height now? Because it thinks things are in the way. So, 3 truck stops. They have a set of inputs and outputs, which are, let's see, that's out, that's in. Okay, there we go, now we can see them. And then this is the fuel hole, which means we want to throw down a logistics conveyor hole here. Here and there. Then we can go underneath a logistics layer on this floor. Oh, come on, jump on up. A lot of figuring things out. A lot of learning going on. It's going to come from this one. Right, so this is coming inward. We just run it to the end. We're going to do a series of splitters, right? Plenty of concrete. Go, 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 go. Oh, actually the concrete build is more concrete than iron. I never looked at that. I thought it was all iron plates. That's good. Save on iron plates later in the game with this stuff. I did not realize there were different materials. That's really cool. So each of these needs an input. Which means each of these needs a splitter. Guess we line that up with this since it will line up. Cool, cool, cool. I want you to go in, but you're not. Why was that hole? Oh, because it doesn't know which way it is. We haven't attached the other side to it, I think. We definitely want these coming in. Okay, just a little bit of a fuck you on the on the angle, I guess. I'm gonna bring it to about there, and then we can whoa, oh, apparently I put that in the wrong, facing the wrong direction. Splitter. Line. 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 Now this is a continuous loop. So what we get is we want to go back onto this line. And we'll take it center, because we're going to be dragging it along this foundation. Put that on a merger. Oh, that's not center. That is, though. There we go. So now if we want to bring this center, what, did we just not line it up? Or we just angled it as we were moving. Cool. So, coal in, out. And while we're at it, let us fix all the belts. Or, you know, connect them all. So the coal, theoretically, comes all the way up, all the way down. We probably also want to not send it on this whole loop right away. Or at least, you know, pull it out of the original source into the truck stop before we start sending it on a journey, because this is going on a journey. But maybe the journey doesn't matter. Make sure all the things are going the right way. That means we did all the design right. Hell yeah. Cool. And it won't matter here. I guess, will it matter? Because this will fill up. It won't go anywhere, but this T intersection is a connection. So it'll just take a little bit longer, but the coal I put on the line will fill up every line. And that's an important distinction. Alright, so ramp. I guess this is a 2 meter, so we could replace that. We can do a little bit of editing on our foundations here. We did want to do that ramp fix at some point. I don't worry, is that as easy as I predicted it was gonna be? Essentially that. Right, we said we would do this and then and zoop it on up. But does it zoop? Does it zoop if I do this? It does. And this works cleanly up to here, where it should connect. Then we could say connection in there, and then aha, and then down here. Aha. Because it doesn't actually as cleanly work, but all right, now the real test is this side, right? Because this is going to clip with the other factory at some point. And that's where we might just have to give up on it. I guess clipping's okay. We delete this rail. Right, and then that's just the reality of this one ramp. The blueprints don't have to be unedited. Hey! Much cleaner. Maybe we just ramp that down? Or we do a crossing to here. I would love to ramp without the rails, but there we go. Now we can get in. Okay. So since we did this ramp so big down here, clearly, do it again. I want to say 2 meters. Yes, right there. Hit the concrete button. Hey, look at that, adding depth and dimension. Now, I don't know if 3 is the magic number here. One of the problems we're facing is I have to think about this. One of the problems we're facing is how we're going to utilize it, and so we just got to make sure we have room to grow. We are absolutely, yes, I call it building out of our ass right now, but we can do 1 less concrete. We do this. This. There we are. Truck station. Truck stop. Stop and truck. Feeling pretty good, honestly. Now, how do we control the flow of this? Well, probably with some like road barriers, right? Trucks are going to want to come in. We're going to make sure that there is some dimension to it. So this is... Do we just center it? Right like that? I guess that's not even center. I feel like it's... Okay, it's not quite on... That one's not lined up. That's the problem. Right? That's the problem. We want it to be like... Alright, what do the rest of them line up to? So, if I was to do this, that's right over the line. This one is to the left of the line. But on the other side, he's to the left of the line. Alright, so we are squishing things weirdly. This one's perfect. So, let's start with this one. Can I not put that here? I still want it to be left and right centered. Okay. So that one needs to move too. And we'll just have to redo our holes. Which is like the easiest part of what we're fixing. There? Okay. Oh no, that's not lined up. I guess I kind of like that better. But we did the first one from the sky, right? So of course it's exactly where we intended it to be the first time. And then we just come back here to the logistics, portholes. I think that's right. Like if we cover that, yeah. We don't want it there, we want it like there. Like not right up against it. Alright, let's go downstairs. I think the downstairs needs to be like right here. We're gonna want... Oh! Okay, never mind. Never mind. We can kind of line things up a little better in some spots. Okay, so not a lot has changed. We can still use what we've used before. I see it's actually lined them up a little higher. And now let's just start filling the coal. Let's look at our coal recipes. I think compacted coal required something. Satisfactory. We have a browser for this. I don't have to. Compacted coal. We're going to start this off. We probably have the tools to do this. It's sulfur research. It's real early in the game. It's just going to require what? Well, sulfur, which we've picked up a couple of. We can just go grab it from our chest over here. That's Caterium, which we also have. Huh, where's the sulfur? I'm not holding on to it, right? Okay, let's find sulfur. We are up here in this portion of the map. The sulfur is these nodes. There's some right behind us. Specifically, right here. Okie doke. Let's go sulfur. We're gonna have to, you know, build some walkways and shit up there, but we can make it. Alright, this needs foundations. We can't just throw those down. We'll go as far as we can without it. I mean, with sulfur so close. With sulfur so close to us, it's not a bad idea to get gunpowder going. Although I wonder what happened to all the sulfur I had before. Oops. It's not a bad idea, but it's not what we're doing. We gotta get our truck logistic network going. Yeah, don't spill it. Ready for it? We're gonna drink. Oh, it didn't tink that time. Oh, there it is. We actually just have a helmet on, so we can't really drink it. Which I'd, you know, show you the character model if you hadn't seen it before. But that's not a feature of the game at the moment. At least not that I can't, like, examine self. That's copper hiding over here. Alright, so it's going to be that direction. So now that you're done your class for the day, are you just off work for the day? You know, I don't know why I lined that to the world grid. We want to go straight. Nice. Funny enough about a good slurp. So there is a slurp if we turned it up. So let's see if we can turn it up loud enough. Yeah, this misophonia mode, misophonia mode would hide the slurping. I guess it was that big of a thing. Was this an equipment? We got there. We got there. All right. That's a messy set of numbers. That's fine, though. Yeah, what a word. Oh, that's cool, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I saw your message this morning about the YouTube stuff, and I'm having this, like, trying to sort out how I want to do YouTube. Because my first thought when I started doing full time is we put, you know, time and effort and do, like, reviews for videos, reviews for video games, and shorts and all that, and we set aside a day of the week to do it. But then I felt like I was missing, like, good streaming moments, because I would stream for 4 days a week instead of 5, and then on, like, Thursday when I wasn't streaming, people would be like, "Where you at? I came here to hang out." So then I took away my video editing day. I started doing, like, Saturdays and stuff, but then I'm spending a lot of time and effort on videos that I'm not necessarily proud of. And I know it's a learning process, and if I did them, they'd get better. All at the end to say, like, maybe we'll come back to videos later. And if I'm not going to do that, maybe we just start uploading VODs straight from Twitch. I don't even know if I have to be this high up. Yeah, I really suck at YouTube. I prefer streaming over long form. Yeah. And the real way is you want to make quality videos that people want to watch for the entire duration. What do I want to do? Just gotta find the sulfur. Do I even have it on the... I don't have it on the scanner. And we're not too precise on... Oh, I can be a little more precise now that the map's uncovered, can't I? Can I zoom? I'm already zoomed in as much as I can be. It is actually, according to this map, right here behind me. So let's put a new map marker down. We'll just make that infinite range home. Can I get to the... Oh, I wanted to get to that other map marker and come off it. There we go. Remove it. New marker. There it is. I didn't need any of this scaffolding. Oh no. Yeah, they're not many watch if they're long. Yep. Unless they're really good. I'll sit down and watch big old YouTube documentaries that people take, you know, months or, you know, months to make. Finding clips and shorts wasn't too bad for a while. I had shorts doing pretty okay. And by okay, you know, a couple hundred views, right? Consistently felt pretty good. And then if I just put my VODs down, like, yeah, nobody's watching that. It's not, you know, the kind of material you go to YouTube for. So, you know, we make a bunch of 10-minute videos that take, you know, a couple hours to make, and then you're not proud of them. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. And I think in the end, I'm just here to hang out and stream video games, so let's not get too worried about it. Yeah. Alright, let's get ready for some fighting. There you go. It's just a matter of who runs out of health first, buddy. And it not me.
Data shows this as a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals.
I don't know if compacted coal.
Indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring
let's make this
volatile
easier.
self-defense applications can now be
Just a
accessed
small
in the
temporary factory, right? It's gotta make a miner. Throw down the miner. Throw down a biomass burner. Right, I think we collected a little bit of biomass, but let's Let's collect a little bit more, and we'll run it through the normal gambit of handcrafting some power. Actually, rods. We don't have any, do we? The biomass rods. Solid biofuel. That's the answer I'm looking for. 20 solid biofuel. Actually, let's make protein biofuel. Let's let this alien become biomass. We weren't going to do this before. Then we put a... Really, I guess we're just going to storage container for now. Unload her up. We'll let that go for a minute. We'll drop down a MAM. It's another easy... Get some foundations, actually. I don't want to chase that down every time. Yeah, there we go. Foundation. MAM. And we'll start crafting more biofuel while this happens. Actually, a pretty good thought to get that going like that. What kind of node is this? Do I need another belt? I do. There you go. And we'll unlock some compacted coal. Or we'll get enough to do it. Then we'll see what the recipe makes. If it requires sulfur, we've got it right here. We'll bring it in, we'll make compacted coal, we'll put it on the belt. We have a coal line that's right now just for power. We can rip that up. It was our temporary coal power production from earlier, and then we're set. Or at least, you know, we're set for fuel. Alright, that's probably enough. I don't think we have to smelt any of it, but... There we go, 10. Yeah, okay, we're gonna need lots of sulfur. But while we're at it, we could do black powder, which would let us get into some other stuff. We can actually look it up. What is compacted coal? Off to the side here. If we just know what the materials are, we can start thinking about it, because it is sulfur. It is unlocked during the chain here, requires the hard drive, and it's 5 and 5 coal for 5 coal, 5 sulfur. It's used in small number of alt recipes, most particularly most versions of turbo fuel can be burned at a coal generator. While it does not directly generate more power than regular coal when burned, the burn time is more than doubled. Meaning the amount of compacted coal per minute can run twice as many coal generators. So yeah, it's twice as efficient if you add sulfur. And with nothing else for sulfur at the moment, that's pretty cool. And here, let's look at the browser together while I kind of look at this. We're letting a lot of sulfur come out. We could probably build the compacted coal factory, attach the sulfur, and then research it as we need. But yep. So you can see the energy. So if I look at regular coal, so one compacted coal lasts 11.455 seconds, whereas coal lasts 5.45 seconds. So more than twice as long. A little less in the truck, 8.4 in the truck versus 4 seconds in the truck. There's a whole bunch of things. We really should just be using compacted coal. It's used also in recipes for black powder and apparently steel ingots. So everything should be compacted coal if we can do it. We're just making a compacted coal factory, and then we could build it off of that. Now, the recipe itself is 5 for 5 in a 5 coal, 5 sulfur equals 5 compacted coal in an assembler for 12 seconds. So 25 ticks per minute, 25 coal per minute, and 25 sulfur per minute. We've got 120 here, so we can run 5 assemblers off of this. Interesting, I wonder now that we have this, actually back to the browser. If this is worth running coal or sulfur up here, is there any sulfur hanging around near our other coal? There's some right here, and our normal coal nodes are up there. This is where, so we don't really necessarily want to transport pure sulfur over there, but that's where we have bus lines or truck lines. We could theoretically create compacted coal over there and burn it at twice the efficiency. We would need half as much coal, but half as much again sulfur. So it is a trade. It is a trade-off. If we were ever at max capacity and needed it, we could do it and it would be worth it, but we aren't. So sulfur. This one down here needs more things. That's plenty. This is going to run for now. So we're just going to run, I think, compacted coal factory right here. It's one of our first chances to use blueprints too. Oh, we got all the stuff. Let's do it. Let's break this down. We've got the coal running over here. I guess if we bring it, this is a better space for it. So, first thing you need on any build that we're going to do with blueprints is to get them down on a foundation. Get them down on the world grid, if you will. They have foundations as part of them, but that is, they won't snap to the world grid on their own, but they will snap to a foundation. So it doesn't really matter how I drop down, say, it is just assemblers, 5 assemblers. We can take 120 here. Wait, did I not? I didn't build that with... Oh, coal generators we didn't. I didn't build that with floor? I built this with floor? God damn. Alright, fine. Alright, let's see. Factory blueprints on 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4th hotbar. We essentially want 1.5 of these. So we can go this way with them. That would work out pretty well. I think work out pretty well means we're going up to a 2-meter foundation. So we can go farther. When we get hover packs going, this will be great. Actually, if I'm going to build on 2-meter that's floating, I might as well build on a 4-meter that's maybe not floating. There we go. Floating less. Building so fast it can't keep up. So, slapping down blueprint. Just assemblers. They come in from that direction. We got that right, yep. If we just line these up, does that line up? I guess we give it the space it wants. How am I doing this? How did that line up to that corner? So if I'm looking down, it's tough to be right on top of something. Really, they're saying that's lined up? There's no way. Okay. There we go. And I think we were right on the edge of jetpacks before we paused. We gave ourselves a fresh block to start on, so it's not a whole block gap. So if we want to do it the same, I can hide the HUD. Oh yeah, that's much better. There we go. Factory almost complete. And I realize I don't have all of the inputs for my factory on the blueprint. So we got a blueprint to go work on next. Right, if we don't want to make it any bigger, we kind of wanted to input on the same level. Let's say for now, it looks like this. And we want to get a conveyor stackable pole, so we curve it right. Is that the new blueprint? Okay, let's do that a couple more times. Shit, I got turned around. Alright, here we are. This way. Of course, we are running out of reinforced iron plates. We're gonna make a trip. I have these big plans about getting a lot of things automated today, but we've literally spent 3.5 hours getting roads working. But now they're working forever, probably. And the worst part is we could have just slammed things down on the ground, and it'd have been okay. But I gotta admit, it looks so much better over there. Like, how can you not like a good-looking truck station? So, we need reinforced iron plates. We've got some over there. Let's go ahead and craft it. Shit, let's go ahead and start this crafting. Bop, bop. There we go. We don't need too many, but we just got a couple of belts to connect. Talk about it. Something we need to automate. Looks like we got a whole chat here of Larry talking about playing Street Fighter. It's a shame. I would love to play. I could play with him right now. I could. It's been ages since we played. That's enough. He's been feeling under the weather. Oh, it looks like he's on his way here. So, you know, preemptively, hi, buddy. Set it this to-do list and clear it. We don't need those things anymore. So this is also another example of what we've done with this factory. We've got 120 coal and 120 sulfur, right? And we've opted to put up the wrong number of assemblers. We just put up more than we needed. Now that I think about it, we've actually got, well, we've got Mark II miners now. So it's going to take a Mark II miner to get this up to 120. The other one's not, but we could do 240. We could really be outputting compacted coal here. 240 per minute. Because I think if we bring in 240, we'll output 240. This could just be bigger. I think before it's bigger, though, we might want to fix the blueprint. Hey, Larry with the Prime. Hey, buddy. Look at that. 16 months, man. Thank you. We've been doing this a minute, ain't we? Welcome to the stream. So you're home today playing Street Fighter. I guess my question is, for how much longer are you at home playing Street Fighter? Oh, what is it? What's the deadline on said Street Fighter fighting? Oh, that's not how that connects. We want that to connect to that. Because, you know, maybe we could maybe shift gears. I don't know. No promises at the moment. We're taking a small break. I have a doctor appointment at 3:30, and then I can come back and play for the night until Shannon wants to do something else. 3:30 is... $5:30 for me. When you come back, yeah, I guess reach out when you get back. Unless you're saying that you can play until now, until 3:30 your time. I'm assuming you meant 3:30 your time. Time zones are fun. Alright, so we need essentially splitters for each of these. Oh, that wasn't a... Alright, let's go fix this. It's terrible and I hate it. No, we don't need blueprint mode. I want individual items. There we go. Cool. Poke me later. Awesome, man. You haven't seen my Akuma yet, so we've got that to do. Alright. So let's go fix this blueprint. Let's put a floor on it, right? Let's make that a 2-meter floor. Shannon, hello and welcome. The shenanigans. How's your Street Fighter been going? At least that's all I've been fighting, so I won't be completely taken off guard by an Akuma. Oh, I kind of wanted your first... I wanted to take your first Akuma experience, but I knew it was unlikely. Ah. Well, quick catch up to what we're doing is we started the basic materials in this factory on the first day. I was actually say day 0. We started the first stream with these, and then we started going really hard into getting our truck network done. So we've actually not automated the things I normally would have automated before we got trucks going, and thus blueprints going. And so we're really now finalizing the fuel source for our trucks, which, by the way, since we've automated nothing, don't have a destination to go pick things up and move it around. But here we are. Nice to see you doing well on Honda. Tried playing as Chun-Li in ranked and was not doing so well. That's fair. Oh, it's fair. Even if you're at your rank that you're supposed to be, you're looking at about a 50% win rate, typically 60% if you're doing well in climbing. But there's just a newbie level floor that I'm sure you're gonna have no problem getting to. All right, so the assembler 120 is the problem. I want to. We don't have to load it, but we can use it, right? So I put down the 2-meter foundation. Put down all the floors we need. Come over here, come up higher, and now we just use the blueprint we have on top, inside the blueprint machine. It goes a long way. There we go. So what we had it doing before was like, like a nice dead center. But now we're going to be adding a second input so we can give it some space on this side. A little space. And let's see, that's one blue. 1, 2, 3. We have 3 squares of blue. So to be centered on here, we need to be, I'd say about there. Okay, good enough. So then we take our mergers, we send things down. What even is that? Is a merger. Now we want to put our conveyor stacker poles there and there. Make sure we're getting clean belt work. I want 90-degree turns, right? And we're not getting it here. See, that's what we came all the way here for. I think it's because let's see. I want the conveyor stack and pole to give me 90 degrees. Do I have to? I don't think I have to come here. I don't think you build it on the platforms, but I think it might try to shortcut. Yeah, it tries to shortcut itself. So I think you're gonna go 2 in from that. So like here. And here is for sure to give me a 90-degree, right? That's not here. So that's center 1, 2. I believe that's the old way, even though they've changed some of what it was. That's center 1. Wait, okay, so that's center 1, 2. Now let's try it. 90 degrees. There we go. What have I done? All this work, I went the wrong way. Okie doke. 2 meters. Oh, that was the wrong side. That was the output, not the input. Jump on up. Jump on over. Go to the factory blueprints. And you can even see that's definitely the intake. We wanted to be relatively centered. We said it was 3 blocks of blue, so that's generally the location. And if we want to center the machines, we go there. All right, that's the correct direction. In fact, why that's a splitter would make more sense. But we also know exactly where to put our conveyor stack poles. All right, we look center 1, 2. Rotate. We look center 1, 2. Bam. I just went to connect it up here and there was just not a place to connect it. And that is not how that works. Alright. There's the assembler blueprint with a floor. We call this Assembler 120. We set the directory to factory modules. I don't think it works. This doesn't work very well there. Let's try it again. Alright, Assembler 120. We'll just set the icon to the assembler. Say blueprint. It will overwrite. That's what we wanted. Oh, right. Let's tear it down. We're going to want those materials. And we're going to want to do that. Oh, we're going to want to move that to here. Apply changes and add it 3 times? No. 3 times, not 4. And we'll get those materials back when we clear the blueprinter. And take all the items. Of course, we needed more reinforced plate because we've got to carry a lot of materials back and forth at pace of 120, which does require the Mark II. We could be real fancy in Mark III the whole thing. We've got that automated. Gosh darn it. We'll see what we need. We'll see what we need. Hope everybody's having a good evening, afternoon. Got big Tuesday plans, I hope. Actually, I'm going to sneak a peek. How many of my friends are in Destiny right now? Ooh, just one. Cam, your work event's an all-day thing. You get home now, you might as well wait for me. I'm going to plan this to be a Mark II miner. We're going to climb a tower. We don't need this land anymore. I mean, other than one of them to line it up, right? And then we just put a 1-meter foundation down on that. I think we even do our big tower. I think that tower is way too useful. Organization tower. I've used it a lot more, I think, this run through than I ever have. Just because it's, you know, all this blueprinting requires me to be high up. Okay, so we start with a tiny foundation, put it on the world grid. And then we snap our blueprint to it. Probably going to require 2 foundations, right? Like, that's how I was told it works. So we've got all this. I guess we get down there and nudge would be a good way to do it. Nope, I said nudge. Bean? Bean! Go away. Hit H. And we look at where it's at on the grid. So we want to nudge. So we see that, right? Like, cool. Is that it? That looks like the world grid, sir. And then we build, right? We just hit the button. I think up here, attaching it just becomes easy. I don't even know if I put that on the right side. I did. Okay. How's it look? It lines up. That's all that matters. Hell yeah. All right. So, we drop a foundation here. One that we're definitely going to be clipping through, right? let's let's delete not my tower. Let's clear out the belts. At least this one, because it was going under pretty hardcore. We don't need that power over there. That's the only. We could just scrub all this over. I guess we leave that for now, in case we want to plug in some, you know, half the compacted coal at one point. It'd be real easy to set up. Take off these little supports if we see them. And move this belt. So nice belt. I like it. It's really important to my factory. But also, I've got a new factory coming in here, so let's move it to the cliffside earlier. There we go. There'll be a small gap in supply there, but we can now build our foundations without worrying about clipping into stuff. Aside from, you know, the world that I can't delete. I mean, I think the great thing about this, kind of got these on the world grid already. What if I added a foundation here? Oh, by the way, that's apparently not the world grid. One second. This is great because I could slap these blueprints down without worrying about it and delete them just as easily. Alright, so 4-meter foundation. World grid. Right, let's say at a high point. Now I want to slap the foundation down, or this down. Can I just slam it into the side here? Like, what is going to keep me from placing it at height? Is it this angle I need to be staring at? This wall, maybe? I mean, that's it, right? Alright, let's delete this and put down a ramp that we can walk on. There we go. Yeah, I guess that's aligned. We hit the blueprint again. And if I align it this way, can I get it to work? By the way, which way is the correct way? I see that's aligned. What if I give it a space? Is it aligned if I sit here? Or do I literally want to... I gotta slam it together? Okay, that's fine. I think this, I mean, getting used to what we're doing now will go a long way in the future. Helping us understand what we need to do to make blueprints work. So this is good. This is a learning process. And of course we want those all to come out. We want another line for walking. And it's always fun to drop a ramp on the side. Okay, now we just gotta bring the lines in and start connecting them. Which we still have a little bit of belt work that makes that possible. Biggest of which, of course, is Mark II belts. And then if we feed them, let's say we feed them into there. We just need splitters. What I'm doing right now, I'm waiting for... There we go. Alright, we'll just slam Mark IIs in each of these directions. Oh, we definitely need to go back and make more. Welcome, folks, to... We shouldn't still be handcrafting things that we're handcrafting, but damn if we aren't. Of course, this is not compacted coal yet, because we didn't research it yet. Alright, let's go grab some regular coal. And do the research. There we go. It needs like heavy modular frames and shit that I definitely came back here to get. Well, I mean, I guess no real threat of going too slow in this game. We've got until August. I don't know if we can beat it before August at this pace, but I guess we don't need to beat it. We just need to try out all the things we want to do for 1.0. Alright, research. Educate me. What are we doing? I need 2 rotors and like 40 frames. So I think rotors, we can just make 2. Modular frames, we need reinforced iron plates. And then really the number of reinforced iron plates, we're gonna set up and go to lunch like several hours late. We'll step away for 5 minutes while the reinforced iron plates make for the belt work. But let's get to that point first. We need 50 of these, and I think we're just going to come in over the wire here. Da, 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 da. Six more. And then dozens of belts. Hundreds of reinforced iron plates. And then whatever else we need for the... I mean, I guess we don't need anything. It's all a recipe we need. Oh, one more rotor. Did I stop rotors one too soon? There's compacted coal, there's turbo fuel. Turbo fuel itself requires products we clearly don't have, but it's packaged turbo fuel. We needed one of these. I haven't spent a single hard drive because I knew we would be using them here. And it used to be you had to like get lucky to get this, but this was such a big deal. They put it in the actual tree itself. Cool. What's this one? Black powder and things we don't have. Cool. So, we want to make, let's just say, we're going to add it to the to-do lists. Let's say 200 reinforced iron plates. Now let's go bigger. we're going to lunch. We're going to sit away out for a minute, so let's say 400. That'll give us an exact idea of what we're short on, and clearly, you know, plates are big. Probably don't need to be sitting on all this sulfur. We're going to want that space in a second. I mean, really, let's just go above and beyond. Maybe we'll come back to just significantly more ready for us. We have to have a little bit of room so we can put the plates in. So we're just gonna start dumping our organics, clearing out some materials. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take about 5 to 10 minutes, eat a snack, eat some food. Just shocked myself on this. That was interesting. And we'll be back. While we wait there, enjoy the subtle sounds of pounding. Alright, how long were we at lunch for? A total of almost 400 plates or 2,400 swings of the hammer. Oh god, I am in weird amounts of pain. The orthodontist yesterday assigned me more rubber bands than I had previously had. I've now got 2 currently on each side of my jaw, going from my canines on the top to my molars in the back. It's supposed to give me smile lines. Line up my smile. And when I go to bed, I have to add a 3rd rubber band from the inside of my molars, one of them on the right side, to the molar on the outside on the right side to help with my crossbite. And this last night was the first night that I had 3 rubber bands in. It was brand new. Now throughout the day they were kind of annoying, but waking up this morning, coming to the full realization that my whole jaw hurt, and I got to take them off to eat. But I put them right back on because I really don't want. I really didn't want to wear these braces any longer than I have to. These motherfuckers are coming off when it's time to come off. And so I took them off again for the 2nd time today and ate lunch. Just enough time, but 10 minutes or so I was gone for my teeth to start to feel a little better. But then fresh, brand new elastics put back on them like 30 seconds before I came back on the camera. And I just felt the pull and the pain. So we're on what, 600 milligrams of Motrin all of a sudden. We just popped 4 Motrin. It might be 800 milligrams. Oh boy, this is hell. This is a fresh hell. All right, so we're also gonna do 2 Mark II minors. We don't have encased industrial beams yet. Can we make them? Yes. We have just enough steel for it. We get the steel pipes over there. And we need 20 more modular frames. This is why the to-do list is so good. Fuck my teeth. Oh, talking. Hey, why don't you continue to stream while you're working? I'm working against myself. Every word I say is opening and closing the jaw and pulling the teeth together. Like I would love to just Nope, can't do it. Even that bit of silence. It felt good. It felt good not to talk. So after the stream, we're gonna do a whole hell of a lot of not talking. We're just gonna hand signals for the wife all night. That's where I go down my I was gonna say hand and arm signals language, sign language arc. All right, 2 more miners. Okay, and we'll go grab pipes on the way. But even with the blueprint, it's still a process to build a factory. Nice little process. some time. Oh, we've got so many of these. Really, it'd be easier to. It would have been easier to Mark III the belts the whole way, than to craft all that stuff. Okay, there we go. In fact, let's Mark III the sulfur. So we're gonna Mark II belt it. That's gonna leave. Let's do that. If we're gonna if we can Mark III belt it, that'll leave us an additional 120 sulfur that we can pull from. Let's get our splitter lined up here. So it's gonna come from that direction. Shit. I think we're gonna leave it in the air the whole time. And actually, can we... Oh, we don't have Mark III logistics. Okay. That's fair. So once we get it there, we'll have it there. How much experience do I have in Satisfactory? I've got maybe 1,000 hours. Maybe more like 600 or 700. Oops. It is. I've been playing since the first launch of Early Access, and loving it. We keep coming back, get major updates, and this is kind of what we're doing here. How about you? New player? A lot of time. Had a handful of new players stopping by, and that's really nice to see. I know it was a community question they were talking about in the dev stream the other day about should we start now? Should we wait? And I'm happy to see new players. Whether or not, you know, you are a new player. Yeah, we get rid of like all this stuff. That being said, you know, we're answering some questions we hadn't answered before, like how do I really want to handle logistics before trains? We're doing a big old truck setup right now, and we've barely gotten out of the basics. Like, we are just sitting on our starter factory, a coal power plant, and like this sulfur is the first big, this compacted coal, I'd say is the first big thing we've really done. And a lot of that's out of necessity. Okay, any way to recover my blueprints? I've lost them, but in my save it still knows it's a blueprint when I try to blueprint mode dismantle. I know blueprints are saved as files, that if you go to the blueprint folder, you might be able to mess around with them. But I've never specifically handled that problem. Is it just an old save you're coming back to? Ah, the folder's gone. That's a shame. Yeah, I mean, at best I could say is work with your poke around the Steam directory. Maybe they're on another world. Maybe the world got renamed and the blueprints and head over. But that's with as much work as I spent on blueprints in the last couple of days, that's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. I've never really used blueprints heavily. This is one of the things I'm exploring with this playthrough. I think update 7 came out and they were okay, but you know, they got better. Just want to cross you. Fine. We're doing spaghetti out here. Nope. I kind of don't mind spaghetti. In areas like this line here will never bother me. This is a little close to the factory for spaghetti. But can always come back, and that's one of the problems I kind of got myself into. That's why we're on a brand new world. I spent all last week taking shortcuts like I'm taking right now. That makes sense. So we're probably going to be cleaning this up in just a minute. I plan on Ubuntu now. Yeah, much better. I have a Blueprint Designer Plus mod that's 176 by 176 by 96. There are some Blueprint mod work out there that turns kind of like entire sections of the map are blueprintable. I've seen some blueprints out there that are truly massive. We didn't blueprint to this the whole way, did we? We got distracted. That was way back here, I bet. Yeah, that's a big one. I've seen like blueprints that will automatically place themselves on the world in the location, and it's like, hey, here's your nuclear power plant connected to all the nodes you don't need on the map. Do we have compacted coal? We do. Good, good, good. I just couldn't remember if I finished the research a minute ago. I know I gathered the materials, but then we took a lunch. I don't know. I think I'm enjoying playing around with the limitations. But I'm definitely running into, like, I wish it was 1 square bigger. And if it was 1 square bigger, I'd wish it was 1 square bigger. So I feel it. I do feel it. We've been using the... Alright, it's half because it's split. We gotta wait for the manifold to work itself out. We've been going into it with our trucks. And they're, you say those ones are no fun, especially if you've never done it yourself yet. And I've gotten to tier 7 and 8. I've gotten to tier 7 and 8 a handful of times. But there's a lot of things I still want to do. I kind of would love to get there and figure out nuclear before the launch of 1.0. So we're kind of hoping to do that. Doing trucks more extensively at the beginning here. We've never done that. The last save, which was last week, we got about 40 hours in, not including AFK time, and we had belts running across the world, and I couldn't handle it. I was like, all right, we got to find a better solution, so we're working to get trucks set up right over here, and then we mess with the blueprint on these roads. Do I have a better way to get up to the roads? I really need to I need to finish the edges of this and, you know, on ramps to the truck stop. But we did this the last couple days. This has been fun. Got all this working. We do have to do some edits when we come back to it. In fact, that doesn't look so great. Let's clean that up a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm better off with that. But we're running a good pace. We've got one starter factory making like the basic 6 items. I guess basic 7. We did sneak in the oh, what are you doing up here? We did sneak in copper sheets. So 7 items. We're sneaking a couple things so we get the tickets, but otherwise we haven't really advanced. I'm still handcrafting reinforced plates. I'm doing nuclear now. I love trains, but Factoria's implementation of pathing is a lot better. LTN even more so. Yeah, that's fair. I think Factoria does a lot of things much smoother and simpler because they've gone into that depth. That I guess on a technical level might be the same in a 3D world. But I'll take the simplicity. I like the simplicity of Satisfactory. Factoria whoops my ass sometimes. Just an ass kicker. And this is temporary steel, which is slowly, I wouldn't say more permanent, but I haven't taken it down yet. You will be destroyed one day. Maybe this week. Alright, so we need to get our output going. We want this to run to the train station, or the truck station. Give ourselves some foundation over here to climb up on. This is a merger, right? Which direction is it going? I think I made the mistake of making this merger go out. So we gotta do like a merger with mergers. Let's just center it. This is the assembler blueprint. See, this is the kind of thing I'm hoping to get more experience with, so we figure out now what kind of mistakes we're making. This is going to come out at 120, so we do need a 120 belt going all the way back. Compacted coal, look at that. Bam. Let's go. Yeah, I rewatched the breakdown of an old I Am Kibitz video the other day where he's talking about, I think it was a world tour, like him a year in or something, and he gets to the nuclear breakdown. I did not realize how complex it got. So looking forward to having that beat me up. See, this is the kind of thing I didn't like. We are belting, I guess short distances is fine. And if we come back here later and we give it some structure and we give it some walls, it won't be bad. And I'm probably gonna have to, do that before we get too deep, and I hate everything I've done is neaten up all this belt work. Oh, it will. Oh boy. Yep. Looking forward to that. All right, let's come from the truck station. Let's see it from that direction. We're taking 120 compacted coal, but I built Mark 1 belts everywhere on the road. Mark 1 belts for fuel. So I guess we have some excess compacted coal. And if we really wanted to, we could burn in our generators. So, right here, this is where it comes out. Clearly, we run into the ground here, and we want to go over it a little gently. I keep doing these 8-meter double ramps, but we can bring it to a 4-meter. I think 8 is just a lot. We can bring it back down. Keep it close to the ground, but not so close I'm constantly moving. Hey, right, skim the top. I like it. Let's see how this lines up. I think everything is nicely on the world grid, but man, this would be a time to realize I fucked up. Okay, first I built this on the world grid for sure. For maybe? In fact, it lines up with this. It kinda lines up with this, and the kinda is the problem. We did use a lot of half meters, half foundations to get here, so maybe we're only a half foundation off here. Yeah, I guess. Fuck me, why not? Nothing. My trains aren't on the world grid. Or sorry, my roads aren't on the world grid. How did I even do that? Like, the whole thing was set up on top of platforms that I'm certain that if I didn't snap to the world grid, they're just so close. Alright, don't worry about it, because you know what we're not doing is redoing it. It's so weird, because it snaps in... Like, this is aligned. These are two buildings that have never touched each other. But it's aligned there. Like if I put something down now and go hold control. Maybe it's on the world grid, but not the world grid north-south rotation. Because you're right, that's south. Alright, I'm facing south. I'm in the center. Okay. Problem for not me. We're doing buses anyway, or trucks anyway. I guess tractors currently. I think the only thing we're working on, as soon as we get one more, I think it's 10 tickets total, we can get the those big structural beams, and I think that's when we're going to come back here. We're certainly coming back here. And slamming down our little bit of decoration to get this, you know, not a giant floating pillar. It's just a repeat of the last world with, you know, long-ass conveyor belts carrying every product to a storage facility. But now we're going to enable that by getting a truck system going. And then I think maybe we pick up our first big task. Let me think. So I think the first big task is actually going to be getting this factory fully utilized. So we've got a handful of, you know, normal nodes back here that we can put on Mark IIs and get those coming in at 120 and make better production lines for all of the copper parts, all the iron parts. We get the reinforced iron rods, rotors, and modular frames added to that as well. There we go. Is this gonna... These were all Mark 1s. Let's fix that. Again, not that this is anything but a Mark 2, or sorry, Mark 1 after the fact. I think if we add a little bit of Mark 2s under the station, at least this one gets fueled with the first half. And when we have good reinforced plate production, we'll come back. That's the real answer. We'll come back and redo all the roads, do all the blueprints again. It won't be too difficult to redo all the roads under all the belts under the road. But something we can do now. Let's paint. Change the materials. Because concrete just looks better. Okay. So, right here, I think we do a good job. We just take that down and we put a splitter down. Yeah, we do it here. I mean, you're falafeling around, but we could just slam it there. I think that lets us put a merger here. God, it's gonna be a pain in the lineup unless we take down the whole of it. Let's slam a merger right there. A merger going the wrong way. Merger in the wrong spot. Go in the correct way. Alright. You line up there. We'll send half of it to what we'll call prime. Oof. We just don't have the belts. Don't have the plates. There we go. We'll put the rest of it under the highway. Hey, there we go. It's coming. It's coming slowly, but it's coming, and it's gonna be forever. Compacted coal. Under the train station. Into the train. Into the under the truck station. It's not a train station. We don't have that yet. Well, we're getting there. It only took the whole of a day. If we want to make a little ramp, get on up here. Make it concrete. Doesn't look too terrible. It looks pretty cool. We could maybe... What about a ramp? If we get a ramp looking pretty okay here. Nope, that's the wrong button. Just a 2 meter. Hey, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Add some character and depth to this. Kind of like it following the ground this closely. That's pretty solid. Again, we'll get some structural beam support on this later. I guess if we really want to make it look nicer, we'd also have like a walkway down here. And then we can just take this over here. Duplicate some stuff. There we go. Cleaner. Cleaner if we do that. Alright, we never did put the road barriers up either. That's going to be a thing we wanted. We were getting stuck on where the center piece was. So we could block these off. Try to make these better to understand lanes as I'm lining it up. So you're going to want to like come down to here. And this is the road, right? So bam, you get in, you get your shit, you get out. Is this wide enough for 2 trucks? This might be a problem. Like, what is the width we want trucks on? Maybe if we put some walls down to look at, give us an idea. Like, it feels like it might be tight. Is I guess what I'm getting at. So maybe we don't want the road barricades there. We want them like center line of these places. Truck comes in, swings wide, bam. Okay, nope, I like that better. And it gives them clear, distinct lanes to stay out of each other's way. And, you know, fun fact, we've been saying it all day. Almost done with trucks. Keep saying trains. Not a single thing to transport. So. Oh, we need fuel. Or power, rather. That's fun. Let's power this bad boy up. Let's, how do I want to do it? I don't mind having a power line here. Right here by the barricade. Add some height and dimension to it, and then we can bring it down and we can tuck it under. It's actually right, I think it's this white line here. There we go. That's now got power. It should be loading coal. I see it moving. We're loading compacted coal. Awesome. Let's get a truck out there. Tractor. Oh, we need rotors. We're always able to make rotors, right? If we make 15, we could put 5 trucks out. Sorry, 3 trucks. Math is hard. Tractor. Let's clear that to-do list. Oh, it's not even the truck. Place a tractor. And this one going... That's the back, right? Yeah, fuel's in the back. Place it here. Can I have my fuel, or do I need to have a... Wait. It's been given fuel. Huh. Is it just going to be slowly giving it fuel? Okay, so it's not loading anything in it. Right, but it is giving it fuel. Perfect. We now have the capacity to use a truck network, and we don't have anything to transport. And so I'm thinking about what we can make here, and then what becomes worthy of transport. And so, with the materials we have nearby, I bet we could neatly bring in, and let's look at the browser. I bet we could neatly bring in a whole bunch of things. And that the neatly part is the thought. I wouldn't mind doing all pre-oil stuff up here. Which, I guess, looking at the game, let's throw down, I guess, well, look at a whiteboard. What do we want at home? What do we want to do right here that leaves more advanced materials coming in on the train station? What can we do with the resources, near us? The easy one, basic iron products. That's your plates, that's your rods. Actually, let's write that down. That's super easy to produce. We can do that on one miner. And we can even do it on one miner with overclocking, right? We can put a Mark II miner down on a normal, overclock it to 240, and then be prepared for 240 worth of all those products. In fact, I think our last base still only had 120 We might have doubled it to 240 because we had a lot of miners coming in and we put a bunch of Mark IIs on them. But, you know, we could do all of this. 120 to 240. We've got another iron mine nearby. In fact, let me look over here. We've got two normal coppers. But it's the iron we're specifically looking at. We've got a handful of irons. We've got some iron pures. We've got a bunch of stuff nearby. So then we could do a reinforced iron plates. Let's call that, 120. That's all iron products. We've got rotors. We could do that on 120. And then modular frames we could do on 120, or we could do that offsite. We've got all the copper items, which are your wire, your cable, and your sheet. And we can do that on 120. That's going to make plenty. Like, these are the question. Like, this may be a little bit harder to gather. 360 worth of iron, but we could do it. Other things we can still do here. We have Caterium nearby. So that's quick wire. It's actually I think it's just only quick wire. And we've got that at whatever pace we want, because we always make too much, it doesn't matter. After that, we've got some products that are made by products. Oh, we've got quartz. Is quartz nearby? Quartz is nearby. So we've got the quartz products. That's times 2 with whatever we've got up there. It looks like 2 normal nodes. We're going to make so much silicone and quartz. Next is sulfur. We can do whatever we want with that sulfur node. That's all nearby. The question starts to come into play at the next tier. What are those items? One's a computer. Well, heavy modular frames. Computer. Those are things we can bring to this truck station. I wouldn't mind having those here at all. Heavy modular frames, computer. Computer also has circuit board AI limiters, which are something we could bring in. Circuit board, AI limiter. Now those, I also might want to do at home. We could do some of these at home. So we'll put a question mark here. And what about ThinkSpace elevator parts we do off on their own somewhere? We don't bring those in. But now we have the thought that heavy modular frames and computers, I think circuit boards are iffy. I think we want them, but they're just made with, what, silica and copper sheets? So I think we could easily do both of these at home, because the quick wire is copper sheets and quick wire. So I think both of these are at home. But heavy modular frames and computers are big projects, and they come in on trucks. Alright, I'm going to look through the list of materials outside of here, and we're going to, over here at the assembler, and we'll make that plan. We'll see what else we have. So we'll take these products out. We'll go look at the recipes. Oh, encased industrial beams. That is a steel product that requires limestone, which limestone we have near the steel and the coal. So we could do limestone, coal stuff anywhere. But steel products might be something to bring in. But I just don't know how many truck stations I want. If I could get it down to like 6 items we bring in, and only 6 to this location before trains. Oh, there's the point. What do we do? What do we want up until trains? There it is. That's the question. Because I realized we have motors. Motors and stators. And I think motors are on the trucks. I think stators are with rotors. That they are back at base. All of these we do somewhere else. We just find a place on the map that has good resources and build these independently. Or maybe, yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, it looks like we'll be building all these things at base. Maybe that's a truck route. It could be. It is 6 trucks if I want to do it well. It's 3 trucks if I want to be janky. Motors. No, motors is a great addition to this list. Manufacturers. We don't have manufacturing access yet, but is there a way to look at what's coming up? There is. Although yeah, there's a way to look at what's coming up. Not outside of this one though. I also don't want to move into the next tiers until we build everything. I want the space elevator parts to be the last thing we're working on. Oh, there's heavy modular frames. There's motors. And computers and beyond. Maybe we could draw a circle around our radius and say that that's the limit. We could start doing more truck stations. Because as I wrote this list down, it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like 6 items for basic iron, 6 items for basic plates. 3 advanced iron products. The stators themselves require even more. It's steel, right? Yeah, steel pipes. That's steel and wire. So how do we do this cleanly back here? And is it just one giant factory? Do we just go ahead and smelt and foundry everything in one location and move it along a really large, I would say a restricted bus? And this decision is what caused us to restart. This like thinking process of how I want to do it made us restart once already. That's why I very carefully don't want to screw this up. We do have some nice blueprints that would make it a little easier. This whole starter base could be torn down. Let's count our materials over here. So on Mark II belts, that's what we're thinking, right? Mark II belts. How much ore do we have? Without overpowering anything, coal. We'll do just a tally over here. We need more room. Whiteboard. More room than I started myself off with. Let's use a straight edge, which, you know, we have hanging around. Okay, just the lightest tap on that camera, why don't you? Drafting table, ladies and gentlemen. Drafting table. Alright. Let's tuck this snug again. Caterium. quartz. I don't even really care about the quartz as much. I don't care about the quartz, the Caterium, or camera, or the sulfur as much. But let's get a count of what I consider nearby. So quartz is 2 normal nodes with Mark II miners. 120 times 2. And that's all there is. In fact, let's reset all these nodes so I'm not hunting and pecking for them. So, quartz. This is the only quartz in the area. Any other quartz we'd have to transport. Okay. Well, we could do map and Chrome at the same time. We could. We'd be running out of space pretty tightly. So next up on the list, let's just grab sulfur. There's 1 pure node. Mark II miners 240. Okay. I know there's oil all over the map. We'll have to worry about plastic later. Ooh, plastic's something to transport. So let's keep this transport open. Plastic, rubber, heavy modular frames, computer, and motor. And these are things that are kind of complex that I want to pull from faraway resources. That was a good thought we just had. Because if I look at oil, it is... I mean, we didn't build by any of it. In fact, oil doesn't really exist in the desert. Oh, I'm really going to have to move far away for oil. That might be one of the bigger products. Yeah, it looks like it's at the bottom of the desert. Right here, we can find oil. Right, and that'll... I guess at 2 normals and 2 impures, we can build enough out of that. I wouldn't want to build a large power infrastructure out of there. So we'd have to move down here for power. I mean, at a minimum down here, a pure and 2 normals is a lot. But if we're going to do rubber, I guess we can do a small power. We could do some small fuel down here. Enough for jetpacks and fuel. But that's a bit of ways. We're a bit of ways from that. We are looking over here, though. And now we want to look at coal. We're rich of coal. We essentially have 2 impures at 60 per minute. We've got 2 normals at 120 per minute. And we've got 2 pures over there, right next to the base. That's right where we're at. It's right where the road starts. That's going to be super useful. Alright, I think Caterium is just this 1 normal. And that's entirely fine. That makes it 120. Then copper, with one of the more limited supplies in the game, but I can call this 3 normals, 120 each. That's nearby. And that leaves iron and limestone. Iron's a lot more rare than I give it credit for. Close to base. Although I'm willing to count this pure. So we'll call that 240 times 1 and 120 times 2. And that leaves limestone, which will only really have the 1, we can call 2, 3 normals. Excuse me. That's 3 normals right there. 120 times 3. And what that does on the board kind of shows us what we have that's super nearby. And what's kind of far away. With the amount of iron we have, with the amount of coal we have, iron's a bit more of a problem. In fact, let's double check. There's not iron farther away, and I just have to consider it outside the truck. Yeah, so I'm counting 1, 2, 3 that I like the distance of. I go a little farther. This is a good area. And I think most importantly, where the coal sits in relation to the iron, we've got some iron hanging out over here with our highway going straight south. So if we wanted to use these in conjunction with some pure coal, we can make our steel products over there and kind of bring them in. We are only using, we have one coal over here making all the steel we currently need. Quite frankly, we could just use, the iron that exists here and overclock it. Right? We could count all of these as double. We could even ignore the pure a bit. I'd say ignore the pure a bit, but when the problem here is we've got 3 basic products. So we've got plates, rod, screws. That's all iron. We've got the intermediate products, which I call reinforced iron plates, rotors, and modular frames. And then we have all the steel products, which are, made into beams, pipes, and encased industrial pipes. Probably easier to understand if I say iron times 6. The copper products there's only really 3 of them. One of them gets made into. We have this list right here, so we can use this. I guess copper sheeting is made into 2 computer parts, so AI limiters and circuit boards. Okay. So we could use, say, half of that to do most of the iron products and use the other half to just do copper sheets, and then have copper sheets on standby for these 2. And we could do all that kind of close, but those are going to require a quartz product, which is nearby, and a Caterium product, which is nearby. So this is going to be, just a quartz. This is silica, and of course the circuit boards. This over here is quick wire. And AI limiters. Which, feeds into that, which feeds into that. I have very little, I have one alternative, I've compacted coal unlocked, so that's actually a really strong point. Maybe I spend a day doing all the alternative recipes. And then we can look at this again. No, actually, really good point, Jeebers. Let me finish this line of thought, and then we'll just break my brain going, oh yeah, we just redo it all. Because this is concrete for limestone, but it's also 1 steel product. We just say encased industrial beams, like encased industrial beams, and this almost never comes in fast enough, so maybe encased industrial beams is something we transport. Although I don't know. I think with 120 times 3, no, I think 120 times 3 we can get enough to support encased industrial beams and concrete. The sulfur is just black powder and compacted coal, right? I think what we're going to want, if we're talking about alternative recipes, I have to look through the list and see where I can pull iron off of recipes. Or maybe, I guess, copper. The coal is nearly unlimited here. That's coal and sulfur, completely fine. Caterium quartz, I've got no problems there. Limestone, I think we're fine. Copper, I think it's okay. It's this one that's a question. It's iron that's a question. And we could... It even gets worse down here, but we're transporting here. So we're not... At least with plastic and rubber, those are just distance. I really don't have any other choice. Those are on the truck. Heavy modular frames require too much to have... Like, if I want that 10 per minute, I need a massive structure. That's going to require, I think, most of my iron. 1 second. We have planners for this. Let's take a look. Heavy modular frames is something I haven't done in a minute either, because I did it last, like, not even the last playthrough. I didn't make it that far. The last playthrough. If I want 10 per minute. Yeah, we need 10 miners at Mark III on, I'm assuming, normals, but you need 1,450 per minute just to get heavy modular frames coming in at 10 per minute. That's probably something where we just say, fuck it, it's coming in at 5, right? Now that's a massive, massive factor. And I think it's all iron ore. So yeah, that's happening somewhere else. Computers, I don't think computers are much better. But that's other materials other than iron. And then motors are a little better. Where's the motors? It's just rotors and stators, right? At about twice the amount. So if I wanted that to be 0 and this to... not even online. It sees me doing spreadsheets and it changes all of my advertising. Yeah, definitely some good steel alternatives to consider. Yeah, if I could get steel alternatives that use less iron, I think that's the way I want to go. Alright, so a motor, the most important part I like to outline is it's twice as many. To make half as many, right? Like twice, 20 rotors, 20 stators, make 10 motors. And that, a lot of copper, a lot of coal. Right, because stators, 90, 80, and then still on its own, like 90 and 225 iron ore. Way we were doing it before, motors were actually coming in because we were just taking half of our 10 modular, half of our 10 rotors and stators and just sacrificing them for 2.5 motors per minute. I guess until the others backed up, and that's a thought. We could make all stators. I said we could make stators and motors one factory. Just make a modular frame factory and siphon off pieces. There's some options. We've got some options. But alternate recipes, I think you've made a good point. Alternate recipes are gonna open up the world here. So we spent, and this is kind of where we wanted to get. We've done so little in this game right now. I got a starter factory done day 1. That gives us our 6 basic materials. We're even like hand jamming reinforced iron plates over here, just so we have a couple more in hand and we're not like handcrafting. We're handcrafting rotors. We're handcrafting modular frames, reinforced iron plates. We're sinking a bunch of stuff, which is nice, and we kind of let it go overnight. So when we came on the next day, we had like 38 tickets, so we could start to, build nicer looking factories. Then we hardlined ourselves into blueprints. We went over, actually we did coal, right? We set up a coal factory, so power wasn't a concern for a minute, which, now we're thinking about it. Yeah, not a concern. We have 1,200 steady. So we got coal doing stuff over there, and you can kind of see it in the background. Blueprinter that we could play with and kind of think about how our future factories were going to be made. And we decided to do the roads. So now we're sitting at a point where we kind of forced our way into the higher tiers. And we will have to make an iron plates factory still. We will have to make, copper sheets factory and start to plug it all in. And I don't think we want to use a storage facility. We want to have a place where everything comes together up to a point. We could make a very big 40 item storage container back here. I think the only limitation is we're gonna bring more and more stuff on this train. We're gonna be more train. I keep saying train. We're gonna be bringing a lot of stuff on this way. Right, we have room for 3 now, but we have unlimited ability to expand that way. This could be like a 10 to 20 truck station. I don't know how much I got to worry about them bumping into each other, but as I understand it, they eventually make it to their locations. So we do that. If we did that, we expand down this highway. Every time we get a new factory that's not close, we slam it into here. We expand the truck station. Okay. We could have the storage building here. We'd just dig the coal out and under it for any facilities. We could neatly add factories along this area, like all up and down this coast, right, and bring it into, say, the back of the storage facility. All the stuff we can make close by on one side. And then all the stuff that we need to get from the rest of this map comes through the trucks. And then when it's time for trains, we start the train station at the height of the road, and we follow that down. Okay, game plan. We've got it. We have our game plan. We have products that are going to be coming out of here and feeding into a nice little... We got to figure out how we want to do it. A nice little beltway. Something that's not going to make me want to tear my eyes out and restart. Everything we've already made, we clean up. Right. That looks fine. Right, but what about, all this? We clean this up. We make this look good. We make all those basic products we're talking about, get ourselves solidly in tier. Like, we want to be solidly in tiers 1 through 4. Right? We've got good logistics to make things happen. Right? Our shoddy ass steel factory here gets taken down. This stops being a giant floating platform. We put walls and doors on things, walkways, everything that is factory-like. We use this space well. We got to use all of our space well. I'm even okay with this being a steel factory. We clean it up, straighten out some belts. It's like the farthest I want to go for a belt. You can see here, this is just way out in the boonies. We're not even using this stuff. It's still filled up. We've been AFKing the game so heavily. Okay, I feel happy with the plan. What I don't want to do is move too much farther along that plan before we clean things up and make it feel better. This is going to come down at some point. I don't necessarily want to take it down until we've built the things to replace it. But also, I want that space. Yeah, as nice as this was one of our first experiments with, like, logistics floors. And then we never quite finished it. No, we did. We finished it, but we didn't, like, decorate it the way we wanted to. So it's not something I'm super attached to. What can we do over here? Yeah, I like this. Oh, that's actually a good place to dump my steel beams. I'm bouncing all over the little place. I don't want to commit to a huge project at the moment. So I'm trying to think what are the small projects I could get going. We've got the quartz right over there. We could start make a nice factory, bring that in, not a problem. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I think we know. We get the storage facility going. We like really line that up. We've got a blueprint I love. I made on the other stream, but it requires tech we don't have. So I still kind of want to slow it down. I want to do the storage facility the right way. I don't even have quick wire or tier 3 belts. I could not copy that blueprint over without getting the tier 4 belts. Actually, we were in NK steel beams on those logistics when we did it. We were in the next phases. Oh, let's do this. We have it. Let's go. Now we have Mark III. I don't necessarily want to design the whole thing from scratch.
Logistics can be improved
But it would be
with a larger
worse
storage container and
to try to
enhanced
skip
conveyor
past
belt
it.
efficiency.
So we do our first storage area. We get it built the way we like it. Alternate recipes. Both of those are projects we can do now. And we clean up stuff. This whiteboard needs... I need a picture, actually. We'll get this photographed. I don't know why I had to have the camera on to do that. The camera came on because we were going to erase it. Okay. So, the plan. The plan. First thing we determined was what we were going to transport. And we're going to say that that was heavy modular frames, rubber, plastic, not the AI limiters, it was motors, computers, anything that we're not transporting. I don't need in large quantities. I just need in buildable quantities, right? And saying that out loud solves a lot of the things that I'm worried about. I only need, 60 per minute of the basics and less of everything else. Yeah, those are the 5 we're transporting by truck. I'm definitely going to have to go out there for them. We need to get the storage facility up. Running out of marker. Got to get another one. We need to clean up the factories. The existing factories need to be redone, made neater, including belt lines. Clean up factory and belts. Again, the belts are actually one of the things that made me restart. Alternate recipes. And then we can play the game. And we can finally play the video game. Alright. So I think tomorrow's an exploration day. It's gonna be our recipe day. Our alternate recipe day. So let's start cleaning up the factory, but if you want to make sure you catch that stuff tomorrow, please follow. We stream every day, Monday through, well, I keep saying every day. We stream every weekday, Monday through Friday, from noon Eastern or 9 a.m. Pacific. Hey, thank you, Jeebers. And we do it for about 6 hours. So we're here all week. I think the big part, we talked about this before, of getting everything neatened up was getting the right alternate recipes. And I think we're about 4 off. And so, you know what that means, architecture. Yeah, well, I want structural frame set. I need structural frame set. That means we need 4 more tickets. And if we need 4 more tickets, it's time to go bash some wildlife. It looks to be about 6 tickets, 6 DNA points, 6,000, but 6,000 per, times 4, 24, but we're probably gonna need like 36, because it's gonna quickly escalate. Let's go kill 36 points worth of things. And there's one that keeps respawning in the back of my base. Thank you. No, I actually really appreciate you added a whole nother element to this plan that I'm really now looking forward to. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get all those really nice plastic rubber turbo fuel recipes while we're at it. So by the time we get the rubber. We're playing this game in a way I hadn't played before, which is, well, not advancing. We handcrafted our way really quickly to everything. You're gonna kill me, I know it. Come on. He's worth like 4. Oh, this little guy, come on. Ooh, oh. Did you help me, little dude? Did you do some damage for me? Let's go. Well, there's 5. I'm not gonna live. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, I even hear the friendly shining of a slug. Oh, another slug. 2 slugs. Alright. Oh, I didn't leave with any plates. Okay. You've been noted. I don't know how much wildlife is this way. Enough. There's a pack. Ooh, I know where that big pack is actually. We can go look there next. Oh, this is 2 of these motherfuckers. Fuck. Alright. Bad. we were lower on health. Oh, then I realized. Alright. Let's go get our shit, I guess. Let's not fall off and cost more health. Ah. Oh, nope. More, and cost more health. There we go. And there's some plates in there. So I wasn't aware that things could respawn this close. I thought I keep getting respawns right here, and I wonder what are the rules on respawning, because things aren't showing up clearly where my miners are. There's nothing down there to be mined, but there is some trigger that makes that thing respawn. I've never taken the time to like break down and figure out. Where you at? The fuck? Oh, my headphones are on the wrong way, so my directional hearing is all off. Alright, come on. Fuck. Damn it. Alright. There we go. Headphones on the correct way. Alright, so do I have any berries here? Anything for food? No. And I haven't actually taken the time to do inhalers either. But it looks like something I might want to do. By the way, if I hadn't said it in the last like hour or 10 minutes, yeah, if I haven't said it in the last 5 minutes, this game is phenomenally addictive. I'm such a huge fan. I spent maybe the last year telling myself I was just gonna wait until 1.0 before I got back on again. I'm about 600 hours or so between my Epic and my Steam. But oh boy, this is a good game. All right. I wonder if they have health back. And what I don't wonder is how much of this I can eat. It really is. You can sink a lot. Yeah, I lost a month when this game first came out. Just a whole ass month. And it's been I've lost about every month I've turned it on. I want to be sideways of you. Fuck. I mean, apparently I'm brute forcing this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, god damn it. Oh. I feel like I don't have a lot of good sideways momentum, and if I turn, they still track me. So I keep wanting to like run off to the side of them. But they got a good charge. They also got a good jump. So like jumping isn't getting me where I want to go. So I think sometimes the answer is just, you know, stand and fight. I guess I have rebar gun. I could just start making the rebar stuff and cheese it out. But I do like the Xeno Basher. I'm a big fan. Points, points, points. How deep did I go? Well, that's a dangerous location. So, clearly I lose at full health. Oh no. But I can't let this go. So we just got to find some health. Or wait long enough. Wait, was there something up there? Hey, so they're slightly easier. Nope. The exact same ones. And more of them. Come on. Nope, I see two of you. Fuck. Alright, let's play with the tree. Come on. Can you hear me through the tree? Are you stuck? You're not stuck! You're not stuck! This Sam thing is in my ears.
I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Oh, I'll keep running back. Respawning. I don't know why you're doing that, but we're gonna hit you. Come on. Apparently you don't care about trees. One we could kind of fight. There you go. Oh boy. There's a whole mess of you up here. And an alien artifact. Probably much easier solved if I just let myself do slides. Okay, we must have got it. Got it. Assuming the other one charged way the hell off. Where's he at? Big charge boy went fast. Okay. I'm gonna assume you're gone. And now we have 2 more to fight. There it is. You have Nobilis unlocked. Actually, probably really close. We are fucking around a bit more than probably we need to. Let's look. All right, 50 black powder. When you're right, you're right. If it's the last thing we do this stream, those hogs ain't gonna live. I don't get to see tomorrow. Thanks for all the coal. And I think all the compacted coal's backed up, so this is gonna be nice and easy to research. Nice and easy to research. If we didn't build a blueprint that didn't connect everything? Oh no. Okay. Let's grab all we can of the sulfur. I don't even know why coal's not even there. Oh god. This factory's all fucked up. Like, okay, so the coal wasn't making it to the second one. We knew that, right? That's something that we broke. But sulfur, wait, yeah, sulfur's up high. Sulfur's the one not making it to the second one. Just in case we need more. I don't actually have any of my materials on me to craft this stuff. You hunt everything with those? That's smarter. Yep. That's fair. I went through a lot of playthroughs without handcrafting a lot of guns and ammunition. And I had a lot of those moments right there. It's a task I should get better at. And I think we're just gonna have to make sure we have an armory with all of those things. Alright, let's get this black powder, get the research going, and hopefully have enough for just a handful of Nobilis. Like, they're 50 damage, right? So they should be super easy to knock out. Right, pipes. Fuck. I did store pipes nearby, right? There's definitely some to my right. Thank God. Alright. It'll help you tomorrow when you're drive hunting. Ah, good point. Good point. Yeah, I'm going to make sure I go on that adventure fully equipped. I say fully equipped. But I need, I would love jetpacks by the time I get there, but we need to get there earlier. We're going to be doing it well before jetpacks. I know I could probably just turn on flying or something and handle it, but I don't know. Doodaloo. Nobilisks. Alright. So, we want to craft the detonator, which is an object scanner. and beams and cable. So let's go ahead and grab the beams we have hiding in there. The cable. Well, let's just grab some stuff. Because we don't need that. We don't have an inventory full of things right now because it's all sitting you know where. Cool. We'll actually grab enough to fill that thing back up. You know we're gonna want rods. Yep. Of course we're gonna get out to our bag and then we have to sort and dump. Dump that out. Well, we can make the black powder, the object scanner. We want one of those. Got off track for a second. Just ADHD, if you will. Cool. I see black powder is makeable over here as well. I think it's the first time I've seen something that was on the equipment workbench and on the crafting bench. Or am I crazy? Did I make the black powder here? Alright, if that's not enough, I don't know what to do. Was I just making black powder, or am I'm crazy. I was not making black powder. Alright. Novelist detonator. There we go. I need to get enough of these on a bean to see if I can kill it. I was told they just have a lot of hit points. I don't know how accurate that information is. I'm tracking beans are unkillable. Excellent idea, as usual, Jubers. They have a bunch of HP, but they are killable. Okay, that's news. Really? That didn't do it? Oop. Okay, apparently I don't know how to use these. Apparently it takes more than one. Oh, that's not even close. All right. So maybe it doesn't have a big explosive range. I was treating it like a grenade, and I swear I hit them multiple times. That's the lesson we're learning right now. They are tough. I feel like the Xenobasher kills him in less hits than that. I thought the Xenobasher was like 7 damage and like the explosives are 50. Maybe I just had to be exactly on them. You know, maybe a lot of my explosions, probably a lot of my explosions I thought were spot on, were just close. Oh, hey, buddy. Can I pick you up? Nope. You're armed. Thanks for the hide. Alright, we're going to try with one explosion, but we're going to try to throw multiple Nobelisks on him this time. And then of course, we got to sort out my corpse. Let's see. Yeah, it's all fine. Is that it? Oh, that's my health. That's my health. Alright. Alright, maybe we're also going to have to research medical inhalers. Jesus. This hog will be the last thing we do tonight. If I have to play all night. He's dying. Oh my gosh. You might be able to see why I like factory games. We don't play nearly as many first-person shooters. I'd say that's a lie. I play lots of first-person shooters, but not really. I've played them. I enjoy them. I'm as bad as anybody else is at them. We're definitely gonna get it this time. I mean, there's nothing stopping us now. There you go. Get the fuck out of here. This is my house. I'm unstoppable. Can't stop me now. Oh, let's get rid of some of this shit. We might want that sulfur. It's like we only needed 18 Nobilis. That's way more than enough. We're down to our last 6. And we do have more things to hunt. Like what? We've got, well, 22, 23, 24 DNA worth. Which if things only cost 5,000 a piece, it would work, but we know that's not likely. Oh. How do these guys like the Nobelisk, you think? Yeah. Okay. I want height. I want elevation on them. Yeah, that was not nearly as fancy as I was hoping. Oh, no way. Way. Alright, let's get our shit and get out of here. That's the one I definitely just go in. Not trying to fuck with the Nobilis, right? Like, we just... Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, more of this tomorrow. You want to see me just get my ass stomped over and over. And I'm sure we'll actually have plenty of animal DNA, too, when we come back. Based on, you know, our adventure. We'll probably take a truck out. So we'll take a truck out, load it down with explosives and things to build platforms. The hatches is guns or Xenoblaster. Yep. Yeah, and again, I've tackled most things with Xenoblaster, but I thought to myself, maybe the hatchery will go down in one bomb. And then I was just poor to respond to anything else. Maybe we'll figure out medical. It's going to be an adventure. The only difficult part comes... Gosh. They're just too close to the... Guys, I'm chill. All right, don't hug the cliffside next time. 2 hit points to take out the Xeno. Oh, yep. Oh, I do have equipment on me when I respawn. Good. Come on, where you at? Where you at? First try. Right, take all. I have a report. Anybody down there? I mean, I hear you. I just want to see you. Wouldn't want to be ya. I mean, probably gonna have to run it, right? Like, you're gonna be right under me. Sir? Oh, shit! Alright, we're out. Fuck it. We're not gonna run for our shit again. What a way to go. I did run into a little bit of that issue with, God damn it. Get away from the cliff. With the Xenobasher and, no, the rebar gun before, where I was trying to shoot the rebar gun around a corner, and the hitbox of the corner, it just kept getting stuck on it. So I guess, you know, trying to peek corners is a little tougher. Let's go ahead and use up all our Nobilis. Have a good final explosion out of here. Pop! Fuck you, nature. I'm going back to the factory. And then I guess going back into nature tomorrow. So much nature. And slide. And dope. And slide. Well, we still have one Nobilis left. Meh. We'll make more. We're gonna make a whole bunch tomorrow before we head out. We'll do all that prep. Fruitful outing, though. Even got some slugs. You know, that was a really good one. Even if we did to run back really close. Really glad we were close to home. We can dunk those tomorrow. We're going to dunk them all. We'll dunk them all when we come back. Because when we go out, we're bound to find, you know, lots of stuff. Hard drives. We're looking for hard drives. We're looking for slugs. We're looking for monster parts. Looking for the whole gambit. So, ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps it up for me. We're going to be back again tomorrow. Again, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. If you're Central Time like I am, that's 11 a.m. We're going to recipe hunt for the... I mean, maybe it's 6 hours. I don't know how long. My wife did the recipe hunting last time we played. My buddy Justin did the recipe hunting the time before that we played. I think I reversed those 2 times. Anyway, so we haven't done a lot of it before. So I think we bring a lot of biomass burners and be ready to plug them in. We bring a lot of parts so we can slam them in. You know, a little bit of everything. And we'll see. Hopefully we don't have to run home or you know, die a bunch. We'll truck it out there with all the equipment we can readily make, and it'll be fun. So, check us out. First thing in the morning. That's my morning, 11 a.m. Until then, guys, thanks for hanging out. That outro. We ain't got one. We just press this button. Thanks for hanging out, Jeebers.